How are you feeling?
Well,
How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you here?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final scene
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil dich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil dich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil dich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian, the real radical revolutionary socialists that are driving every crazy idea in the world today. If you want to know who is pushing critical race theory in schools, it is the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who is pushing defund the police, abolish the police, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's pushing gender ideology, queering kids, transing kids, drag queen story hour, attacks on parental rights, it is the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who is doing environmental justice, campus protests, the pro-Hamas protests, not really pro-Hamas, it's more pro-socialism than it is pro-Hamas, it is the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. And no, the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday are not voting for Kamala Harris, because Kamala Harris is not a real communist. She's not a socialist. The real communists, the real socialists, denounce Kamala Harris. They protest Kamala Harris. They do presentations on the internet about how they are never, ever, 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 ever voting for Kamala Harris, ever. And my audience knows that because we watch all this stuff on Socialism Saturday. And no, it's not Gnosticism. No. No. And we've got a great episode. Wait, what? Siggy wants you to goon? Listen. I am not in charge of Siggy. Siggy is his own autonomous being. He's uncontrollable. That's not my business, Joseph, okay? But do you guys mind if I do a point of personal privilege as people are filing in? We're going to get into the socialism. I got a good presentation to watch today, but I'm doing a point of personal privilege before people file in. And that point of personal privilege is Chris Bernett is one of the stupidest motherfuckers I've ever encountered in my life. How in God's name was Chris Bernett a journalist? How did this happen? Because I am now convinced that not only can Chris Bernett not do basic research, basic 101 level research, I'm actually convinced that Chris Bernett can't read. I'm convinced that he doesn't even look at the things that he posts online. And you know what? It's like, bro, be fucking better. Be better. He is so dumb. And Reagan's been interacting with him today. He is so stupid. I'm convinced that Chris Bernett just wants to be a clout chaser and needs to get off Twitter. Yeah. I think that Chris Bernett needs to put down the drugs. He needs to get off the internet. He needs to go outside and touch grass. And listen, I know that there are people that want us to be friends. I tried to be nice to him. I tried to say, hey, bro, we have common enemies. Do you want to talk about the common enemies we have? Because we have common enemies. Like, we may not have liked each other in the past, but we have common. I fucking tried. I was on my best behavior. But no, Chris Bernett wanted to blow it up into a massive public spectacle. And now we are just convinced that he is a fucking retard that can't even read or comprehend basic information. I'm going to tell you why. So, maybe not everyone here knows my story. I've been in the anti-woke space for a long-ass time. The so-called anti-woke space. And you know what? There was a time, there was a glorious time in 2020 and in 2021 when, and I know this will be shocking to people actually worked together productively. So I've never worked for any conservative organization. I never have. I am fiercely committed to my own independence. I don't want to work for someone else. I want to be able to be in control of what I can say and what I can do and what I can work on. I am extremely independent and I will always be that way. And that is why I have built what I have the way I have. But back in 2020 and 2021, when people were still kind of playing nicely with each other before all this stupid fucking infighting started, there was a time when I was like, communicating with Chris Rufo, and I was communicating with James Lindsay, and there were group chats and things like that, and people shared information and they asked each other questions, and God forbid they actually helped one another. The fact of the matter is that in 2020, I broke a story, and this was before I considered myself to be a journalist. This is just when I was finding stuff on the internet, and I was like, I'm going to put this stuff on the internet out there, and then maybe a real journalist will follow up on it, because I never had any desire to be a journalist. I'm an organizational psychologist, but I was finding all this stuff about DEI training, and I was putting it out on the internet thinking, okay, real journalists are going to follow up on this. So I broke a story in 2020 about how the city of Seattle was doing segregated race training with its employees, where they were doing one training for white employees and one training for black employees, and they were making white employees take a vacation day off and something like that. And the reason that happened was a source came to me from the city of Seattle and said, Carlin, this is what's going on. Here's the evidence. And so I took it and I put it out on the internet. I was like, hey, FYI, Seattle's doing some shady stuff that I don't think is necessarily legal. I put it out on Twitter. It went viral. And there was one singular journalist who followed up on that. And that journalist was Christopher Rufo. And this was before Christopher Rufo was famous. So the story that I broke back in 2020, and the Daily Wire covered this story, Fox News covered this story. I was on local news outlets in Seattle about this story, and you can go back and find all this information. Anyone who can do a very basic level of research, which Chris Bernett obviously can't, can go back and find this information. Christopher Rufo was the only person to follow up on that story and actually be a journalist about it. And that story was what launched Christopher Rufo into the anti-CRT space. That was what launched him into this whole thing. And so he and I communicated. He and I shared some DMs. There was nothing really ever anything about it. But this was like common knowledge is what I'm saying. In fact, it's such common knowledge that if you go to the Amazon listing for my book, Actively Unwoke, The Ultimate Guide for Fighting Back Against the Woke Insanity in Your Life, and you scroll down to the editorial reviews, Christopher Rufo endorsed my fucking book. This was not secret information. Carlin Borisenko has been on the front lines of the fight against critical race theory from the very beginning. In Actively Unwoke, she brings together her expertise as an organizational psychologist and as a fierce on-the-ground activist, exposing the myths and underpinning woke politics and providing a pathway to defeating it. The book sets down another marker in the culture wars. Wokeness is poison, and Borisenko argues must be relegated to the dustbin of history. The dude literally endorsed my book. This was not secret hidden information. So, Chris Bernett has been acting like a raging lunatic online, and what can I say? I like kind of poking the bear of raging lunatics, so I think it's funny. And so Chris Bernett tweeted last night, he's like, I heard Chris Rufo cozied up to Carlin. He has terrible judgment. So first of all, no, Chris Rufo never fucking cozied up to me, which is exactly what I said. I said he didn't cozy up to me. He followed up on my work, you absolute fucking moron. And then when the Washington Post was writing a hit piece on him, I had his back. And so then Chris Bernett tweets that out. He's like, oh my God, is this true? All of this is public information. None of this is secret. And so Reagan started sending Chris Bernett receipts. And of course, I was posting receipts online, but Chris Bernett blocked me because he's a cowardly fucking weak man with a tiny penis. So Reagan started responding to him, and Reagan said, hi, Chris, here are the receipts. Yes, Carlin launched Chris Rufo's career. This isn't difficult. Carlin has a thriving Substack. Instead of being so rudely saying cease and desist, it may have been wiser if you spoke to her. And then Chris Bernett says, many people are telling me that Carlin launched Chris Rufo's career. Does Chris Rufo deny this? Has any reporter asked him? Are you fucking shitting me? All he did was follow up on a story. And then, because, we kept replying to him, basically saying, what did I say? I don't know. I said somewhere about the receipts. Anyway, so finally, we literally sent him this screenshot. So basically what happened was this. Hang on, let's see if I can find it. I think I replied to Reagan's post. Shit, I don't have it pulled up. Hang on. We're gonna do this right. I posted this on my timeline no less than like 5 times today. So Chris Bernett, had he actually had a working brain in his head, could have found out this information. Where did I post it? Not there. Oh my good Lord, why can't I find it? Oh, here it is. So what you're seeing here is what happened was, this is the other reason why Chris Bernett is a raging retard. So several months after the whole Seattle segregated training thing, the Washington Post fact checker reaches out to me. And what he was essentially doing was, he said something to the effect of, actually, I'll show you exactly what he said. Not sure if you know, but I write a column for the Fact Checker in which I vet claims made by political figures. In various interviews, Rufo has claimed he became aware of CRT because he got an anonymous tip from a Seattle employee about the CRT program there, but a thorough public records request I have discovered his question was sent on June 17th, instead citing a tweet that you made on June 16th. Yes, Chris Rufo followed up on my fucking story, like he absolutely should have. In other words, he was piggybacking off of your research and has been falsely claiming he had an anonymous tipster helping him, and now it seems he's hijacked the whole thing as some kind of anti-white attack, which I don't think was your original intention. So essentially, the Washington Post reached out to me to try to get me to say, yeah, Chris Rufo stole my story and fucked me over. But what they didn't know is the same anonymous tipster that was talking to me was also talking to Rufo, and I fucking knew about it, and I didn't care. Because, again, this was back in the time when people were actually working together. It didn't matter to me that Chris Rufo took my story and ran with it, because that's exactly what I wanted to have happen back then, because I wasn't a journalist back then. I was just an organizational psychologist that was finding stuff out from, like, investigating DEI trainings. And so the Washington Post came to me and they were like, aren't you pissed off that Chris Rufo stole your story and now he's doing things that you didn't intend it? And so I took a screenshot of the email the Washington Post sent me and I posted it on Twitter and I said, Chris Rufo and I were talking to the same anonymous tipster. The person came to both of us with the same information. So yes, the person absolutely exists. And no, I don't believe Rufo hijacked anything. I'm grateful for his work, which was the truth. Chris Rufo and I weren't working together. Chris Rufo never cozied up to me. Chris Rufo did exactly what I wanted at the time and followed up on a story that I put out there, hoping that a real journalist would follow up on it. And then the Washington Post canceled their hit piece article on Chris Rufo. And then Chris Rufo posted publicly, and again, this is all public information. This is not secret. The Washington Post fact checker has canceled his hit piece against me after Carlin brutally corrected his series of faulty assumptions, preconceived narrative, and obvious political bias. Democracy dies when the media lies. That's what actually happened. And then Breitbart literally covered this, which is another resource that Chris Bernett could have had. And in this story, they call me a hero, which was actually kind of cool. Borisenko, anyway, our hero, Carlin Borisenko, hit Kessler by making that particular email public with her response. Borisenko handled it perfectly, beautifully. This is precisely how you deal with the corporate media. Facts and contempt and exposure, all delivered with a side order of steaming hot belligerence. This was a big deal for me. It was a big deal for me for Breitbart to call me a hero, because I had been thinking a lot about Andrew Breitbart and the way that Andrew Breitbart operated and his absolute kind of belligerence about going after the media. And that was absolutely an inspiration for how I did this. And so this was actually a pretty big deal for me when this happened, which is why I remember it all so clearly. Thank you two ladies for the memberships. Let's see. We got Cher, we got Lady Feline, we got Hibida, we've got Scott, we've got Jason. Congratulations to everyone who got a membership. Anyway, so my bigger point is this. All of this was publicly available information. All of it was literally public information. And now today, Chris Bernett, because he can't be bothered to do the most basic fucking research, even when we're literally handing him the receipts. Reagan literally handed him the fucking receipt with a screenshot of the Breitbart story. Does Chris Rufo deny this? I don't think he denies it. He was pretty happy with it at the time. And then finally, and at long last, finally, Chris Bernett, after several attempts, oh my God, this is actually real. No shit, Sherlock. No shit. And I'm going to be honest, what I think is happening is Chris Bernett is trying to do exactly what the Washington Post is trying to do, which he's trying to smear Chris Rufo through some association with me. And I'm sorry, I'm not playing this fucking game. Listen, Chris Rufo never cozied up to me. Chris Rufo and I have never worked together. Chris Rufo followed up on a story that I put out there because I wanted someone to follow up on it, and he did exactly what I wanted him to do, and he did it really, really well, and the truth fucking matters. And then several months later, when the Washington Post was trying to fact check, was trying to do a hit piece on him, using me to do a hit piece on him, I said no, and I told them to go fuck themselves, and Chris Rufo seemed to appreciate that. That's the extent of our relationship. Every once in a while, he and I have traded a DM here or there, and there's just nothing, there's nothing exciting about it. It's actually all really mundane. And so for Chris Bernett to come in and, quite frankly, not how to know how to do a basic fact check, not know how to do a basic Google search, not know how to look for information, not like totally ignoring receipts. Reagan was literally hand delivering him receipts and he wouldn't even look at them. And try to make it this big old scandalous thing. I'm sorry. I am one of the most successful independent journalists covering the far left in the last 4.5 years. That is just the truth. I have broken more stories independently about what the far left is doing in schools, what they're doing in the world, how they're indoctrinating kids, how they're grooming kids, what all this means. I have taught more people about what's going on the far left than almost anyone on the internet using primary source evidence. All of this is out there and all of this is publicly available. And Chris Bernett is acting like I'm just some fucking e-girl showing off my tits on the internet and expressing my opinion because he's a fucking retard. So no, Chris, I've been in this game a long fucking time. And maybe, had you not been such an asshole, maybe there was an alliance that could be had. But I'm sorry, I just can't have anything to do with absolute retards. This is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And listen, I do not agree with what Chris Rufo's doing now. I don't like it. I haven't liked it for a while. But I'm absolutely not going to attack him. And Chris Rufo may not like the fact that I'm going after Christina Buttons because Christina Buttons is a psycho. And Chris Rufo might not like, being associated with me publicly because of smear campaigns on the internet. I don't really care. And I know, by the way, that Chris Rufo has shit-talked me in private. I know that. I've heard it. I've heard enough people tell me that to know that it's true. But you know what? I don't give a fuck. Because there's no nefarious thing where Chris Rufo was cozying up to me. It was one of the most mundane interactions that you can have. Two people working on different stories, pursuing different things, but then actually every once in a while having overlapping things where we came together and actually shared information. Like, this is actually how it should work. And this is what pisses me off more than anything. When all this happened, again, this was 3 years ago. It was 3 years ago. People were actually working together back then. The anti-woke space was much more productive back then. And there were all sorts of people doing all sorts of different things. And in those intervening 3 years, the anti-woke space has just devolved into infighting and bullshit and nonsense, and I don't want any fucking part of it. I know there are a lot of people who disagree with Rufo. I don't like that he's a shill for Zionist interests. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. But am I going to spend all my time attacking him? No. You want to know why? Because I've got bigger fucking fish to fry, and quite frankly, he has never done anything to me publicly. Now, maybe that'll change. Maybe he'll denounce me because of all this. Maybe he will. I hope he doesn't, but maybe he will. I don't know. But I'm not going after him. And I know people want me to. But I'm not going to because he hasn't done anything to me. And quite frankly, I have more than enough on my plate to worry about going after him. And Chris Bernett is trying to make this big fucking to-do out of nothing, when in actuality, all that happened is I put information out on the internet and then Chris Rufo behaved like a journalist and followed up on it. That was it. So there's no nefarious there. There's no scandal. I never worked for him. We never really even spoke all that much. There's no there. And Chris Bernett, because he is desperate to smear Chris Rufo, because he is pissed off that Chris Rufo fired him, is grasping at any straw that he can. Oh my God, he cozied up to Carlin. No, he didn't. He behaved like a fucking adult, which is something that actually used to happen in the anti-woke space and sadly doesn't happen much anymore. Chris Bernett gossips and spreads lies online like a weak little girl to get attention because that is all that he has. Anyway, thank you for the point of personal privilege. I appreciate it. Hey, I wanted to show something else to you guys. Where is it? Not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. Where is the other thing? This is the other thing. Check this out. My friend Justin O'Donnell sent me something today. Justin O'Donnell is one of the most effective activists that I've ever met. He's a libertarian activist in New Hampshire. He does stuff all over. He does boots on the ground activism and organizing and stuff like that. Justin O'Donnell was driving through Manchester, New Hampshire today, and apparently there was a group of queer activists in white-ass Manchester, New Hampshire, that were handing out these little zines titled, "What is Queer Liberation?" And Justin sent it to me. Check this out. Queer liberation, like racism, sexism, oppression, or sexual and gender minorities under capitalism. Capitalism divides the working class, creating material and ideological barriers to what is a truly joint struggle for liberation. The material abuses of LGBTQIA+ people experience: employment discrimination, disparate access to outcomes of healthcare, disparate access to housing, police violence, the loss of queer space not organized around economic exchange. That's another reference to capitalism. As queer and queer-allied socialists, we fight for a world without material or legal restrictions on sexuality, in a world where our social relationships are not dictated and constrained by capital. And on the next page, check this out. Rainbow capitalism is not enough. As with other marginalized groups, once LGBTQIA+ people gain some rights, capitalism aims to co-opt identities into lifestyles that can be marketed and sold. We should celebrate, and I'm sorry, it's really hard to read, and define sexuality on our own terms, not by what products and identities the market sells us. We reject rainbow capitalism. We fight for queer liberation and economic justice. And then there's a couple more pages. Rights are not given, they're won. This is talking about in the capitalist system, such violence disproportionately affects the most vulnerable. So they're talking about capitalism again. And then you belong here. All LGBTQIA+ people and allies have a voice in our movement. We are committed to fighting transphobia, racism, heterosexism, classism, ableism, imperialism, both in the world and in our own ranks. What a coincidence. That's a bunch of words that mean capitalism. So these were being handed out literally in Manchester, New Hampshire today. Isn't that funny? Seems to mention capitalism an awful lot, huh? Seems to mention capitalism an awful lot. All right, guys, thank you for the points of personal privilege. We're now going to get into our main show for our Socialism Saturday. And I've got what I think is going to be a really, really good session. It is from our friends at Red May. And I think that this was one of their in-person Red May presentations. So as people know, Red May is a group of radical revolutionary socialists out in Seattle where every single May they do a metric ton of socialist content, and they put a bunch of presentations on the internet, but then they also do socialist content and organizing in person in Seattle. Now, sadly, this year's Red May kind of sucked. It was really anticlimactic. It launched late. They didn't really have a schedule. Philip wasn't even really around. Not a lot of great presentations. It was really disappointing. We look forward to Red May every single year. But it seems as though they've put some of their in-person presentations online, and I'm really excited about that because one of those presentations is called The Constitutional Bind. How did Americans come to revere the Constitution? What has this reverence meant domestically and around the world? How well equipped to respond to mounting domestic threats is this centuries-old document? How does it exacerbate the worst features of American politics? In a path-breaking retelling of the American experience, Aziz Reina's new book, The Constitutional Bind, How Americans Came to Idolize a Document That Fails Them, explores how a flawed document attained quasi-mythical status in American popular culture and how it unleashed an interventionist national security state abroad while undermining the possibility of deeper change at home. So we're going to watch this presentation from Red May about basically the problems with the Constitution, and I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a great presentation. Listen, man, we got the election coming up on Tuesday. Thank God. It's almost over. I am so ready for this election to be over. Hang on. Sorry, oh my gosh. That'll teach me to take a sip of water. Goes down the wrong pipe. Oh no! Is anyone else ready for this election to be over though? Like for real? I cannot wait. And like, guys, I will be doing election coverage. Fun fact, election night is my anniversary. It's my 13-year wedding anniversary. And so I will be doing election coverage that night, probably starting around 8 p.m. However, I am going to have an early dinner with my husband at a really nice restaurant prior to that, where I'm going to get like a really nice steak, or he's going to get a nice steak. I don't know. I might get fish or something like that. I don't know. But prior to suffering through a night of presidential election coverage, I'm going to go out with my husband to celebrate our 13-year wedding anniversary. Definitely have election fatigue. I voted early. I should be able to opt out of advertising. Yeah, ain't that the truth? So we will be doing election coverage, and it can't be over soon enough. I just hope it's an early night. Side note, shout out Lily Tang Williams. I could not be happier for Lily Tang Williams, who has gone viral on Twitter in the last couple days, because Lily Tang Williams is running for Congress in New Hampshire. She sadly is not in my district. She's in the other district, so I can't vote for Lily Tang Williams because she's not in my district. But I genuinely am thrilled for Lily Tang Williams. I've known Lily Tang Williams a long time. I met Lily Tang Williams very early on. I've done shows with Lily Tang Williams. I've hung out with Lily Tang Williams in person. I've had conversations with her. She is just, I cannot say enough good things about her. And I was so thrilled to see her go viral on Twitter for her debate performance. And I really hope she wins. I really do. She's got a good shot. Lily Tang Williams, Jay, you're going to be voting for her? That's awesome. She's legit, guys. She's legit. Lily Tang Williams is the real deal. And she has worked so hard over the last 4+ years, getting her story out there, traveling around to all these schools, talking to kids about what it was like to grow up in China. She ran for Congress 2 years ago. She didn't get the nomination. She came back. She ran for it again. She got the nomination this time. She is just amazing. I can't say enough good things about her. Everyone, please go and share her stuff on Twitter. If you know people in New Hampshire, tell them to vote for her because she is the real ass deal. And it's like, with so many fake, ridiculous politicians in the world, it would just be really, really nice to see a real one get elected. And that would honestly make me very happy. I don't know if I'm going to vote on Tuesday. I really don't. But if I was in Lily Tang Williams' district, I would absolutely be voting for her. And it wouldn't even be a hard decision. And I'm really praying for her success. And I think that if she wins, it would be just like the best thing that could happen on election night. I know a lot of people are like looking at the presidential race and all that stuff. No, I want Lily Tang Williams to win. That is what I am cheering for. And if she does, I'll be so happy. And if she doesn't, I'll be disappointed. But you know what? Even if she doesn't, I'm sure she'll be back again in 2 years because that's just the type of woman she is. And so I was so happy to see her go viral. And if you guys haven't seen her, I definitely recommend looking her up. Go on Twitter, find the speech. Like, she's just great. She's the best. I have no bad things to say about her. And you guys know I'm not shy about saying if I don't like someone, right? And I have nothing bad to say about the woman. She's awesome. Anyway, so we'll be doing that on Tuesday. Also, one more programming note before we get into the to Socialism Saturday. I will not be doing Socialism Saturday next week, and possibly not the week after that, though maybe, I don't know yet. And the reason that I will not be doing Socialism Saturday next week is I'm going on a road trip and I have to fly out to California next week. And so the road trip is going to be from California to Texas. We're going to be creating content on the way. Please make sure you follow me on Twitter. And actually, you can go into the Unwoke art store right now and buy road trip merch. Special road trip merch. I made a t-shirt for Siggy. Well, this actually, I didn't make this for him. I already had it in the store, but I renamed it in honor of him. Siggy is the guy I'm going on the road trip with. And then this is my shirt. And there's going to be more like road trip merch as well. But in honor of the road trip that I'm going on, yup, no bitchcraft. Sorry. So in honor of the road trip that I'm going on, guys, I decided to do a special sale in the Unwoke art store. And basically, if you spend over $100 or more in my store until I get back from the road trip, you get 15% off automatically. So it's going to be a great time to stock up on Christmas gifts. A great time you can get like everything in the store is on sale. You can get the new yard sign. You can get the Marxism is Evil merch. You can get the road trip special t-shirts. You can get these socialism shirts. Everything in the store is going to be 15% off as long as you spend over $100 or more. And that sale is going to continue until I get back from my road trip, essentially. So that's something everyone can take advantage of. And of course, it does help fund the work I'm doing. And I really, really, really appreciate it. All right. Time to get down to business. Is there anyone new for social? No. Yeah, I'm gonna try very hard not to let him piss on me. We're gonna lay some ground rules. It's like, okay, you want to pee, you go over there. All right. We are laying. I have a phone call with him tomorrow where we are laying some ground rules. Is there anyone new here? Is there anyone new to Socialism Saturday in the chat? The reason we ask if you're new is if we know you're new, we're going to be able to help you more. Let me go over the ground rules for Socialism Saturday. Number 1. Like the stream, please, or I'll have a sex change. Hey, thank you, Carly. Thank you for your service. I appreciate it. Guys, there are guidelines that I offer for every Socialism Saturday. Number 1, although we do have fun, we do joke, we do banter, please keep in mind that you are in a class and a research group, and even though we do have fun, we do also take this seriously, okay? So the reason that I tell you that is because what I want you to do is consider yourself to be in a real-world classroom. You are a student in the class. I am the teacher of the class. If you were a student in a real-world classroom, you wouldn't just start yelling and throwing shit at the wall every time something is said that you don't like. You would behave like a normal human being. And I'm asking everyone, as long as you are in my chat, please just behave like a normal human being, okay? We are trying to learn things from this. We are trying to analyze things. There's a lot of complexity in what we're doing, and so if people are just acting like unhinged lunatics, that makes it a lot harder for us to do what we're doing. Couple quick guidelines. Don't be a dick. What that means is do not insult me, do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the fascist dictator of my own chat, But generally speaking, if you are not insulting me and you're not insulting other people in the chat and you're following the guidelines and you're doing what I'm asking you to do, you're not going to get any problem from me. Don't create no shit. There won't be no shit. It's really that simple. Also, no whining. If I ask you to stop doing something, please stop doing it. There's a reason I'm asking you to stop doing it. Don't whine. Don't complain. Don't backtalk. Don't say, I'm not doing that thing you asked me to stop doing, because you are doing it, and that's the reason I asked you to stop doing it in the first place. The biggest guideline, guys, the biggest guideline. Our job here is to listen. We need to listen actively to what is being said so that we can understand the information from the perspective of the socialist. As part of that, I ask people to refrain from debunking. No debunking. And I know this is really difficult, and I know there's always a few people in every presentation that slip up and start debunking things, because every fiber of your being is going to want to go, that's not true for a reason X, Y, and B, and Z. That's not productive, though. If debunking was all that was required, then we already would have solved this problem a million times over. However, debunking does no good. All it does is prevent you from truly listening to what's going on. So please listen actively, ask good questions. If you have questions about something, please put them in the chat. This is particularly true for new people, especially for new people. Don't assume you know the answer. Ask the question, put it in the chat. We will help you. Number 5, I don't like banning people. Sometimes I do, but most of the time I don't. But if you break my rules and I ask you to stop doing things and you still continue to do them, you will be permanently banned from my chat, and it will be your own damn fault for not listening to the things that I asked you to do in the first place. Okay? Those are the guidelines that we have set up. I hope everyone agrees to them. Again, if you have questions, please let me know. And I'm going to put up the Super Chat goal banner. If you would like to support the work I'm doing and you appreciate me taking the time to break down this information on a Saturday night, please feel free to send in a Super Chat, guys. $5 Super Chat, $10 Super Chat. That would really be awesome. Well, if you have a question, then ask the question. We will answer all questions that we see, but, like, you don't need to preface it. Just ask the question. Like, what is it that socialists lie about? Everything. Everything. Socialists lie and gaslight people all the time. So it's not like I can't give you a full and comprehensive list of what socialists lie about, because they lie about everything all the time. Like, and what socialists really try to do is they try to gaslight you into believing that you don't know what they're doing, because most people actually don't know what socialists are doing. And it's very easy for socialists to gaslight most people. It's not easy for them to gaslight us, because we watch their stuff all the time. We're like, we know what you're doing. We know what these words are. We know what they mean. We know the difference between private property and personal property. We know what bourgeois property means. We know what social reproduction theory means. We know what all these things mean. You can't fucking gaslight us. That's when we tend to see it the most. But you got to be more specific than that. But pretty much they lie and gaslight all the time. Is that stony baloney? Is that stony baloney? All right. Well, guys, let's dig into it. We are watching the Constitutional Bind from Red May. And let's get this party started. Please mount the like button. Please make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you are not already. How do you tell if someone is a socialist? You learn their language. The easiest way to tell if someone is a socialist is you learn their language. Socialists speak in a very specific language. They speak in code. They use very specific cadence. They use very specific terminology. Once you learn their language, you will be able to very easily tell if someone is a socialist or not. Hello, Andrew. Good to see you. All right, let's get this party started, guys.
Thank you very much to Philip for that incredibly warm introduction, and also for all of your work with Red.
Andrew, can we not? Can we not? Can we not right now? Can we not? Can we not? Can we not, please? Can we not? Can we not? Can we not? Okay? Can we just not? Can we not? Thank you.
May, including
Philip!
over many years.
There's
as
Philip!
well as inviting me here to take part in
Philip
today's
is here.
events. Thank you to everybody at Town Hall for putting together the particulars of the events, and especially
We love Philip.
to Jelle and Michael for reading the book and engaging with it. I really appreciate it. And all of you for coming out on a Friday night to talk about the Constitution. I definitely appreciate it as well. So I'm going to try to talk for about 40 minutes. And what I want to do is chart how the Constitution fits within our history and our moment. We're living very obviously during incredibly unsettled times. And these are times in which really all of the foundations, the values, the institutions that we associate with the American project feel like they're coming apart at the seams. And we can see this in foreign policy, from the reverberating effects of Gaza all the way to our own domestic politics, where yesterday there may have been a conviction for Trump, but it feels like we have these moments of accountability in a sea of political impunity, in which our political class effectively operates completely disconnected from the needs, desires, and will of the public writ large. And the Constitution, and the Constitution's place in this, feels like one node for thinking about that larger breakdown. And in fact, the problems with the Constitution today are fairly self-evident, and they're self-evident for folks that just read the opinion pages of center-left newspapers like the New York Times or the Washington Post. And I can just begin by going through a litany of democratic flaws and weaknesses that are probably quite familiar. So we have a constitutional system that is not organized around the basic principle we associate with representative government, which is the principle, it's a liberal principle, we're not even talking about a left principle, of one person, one vote. Instead, our legal political institutions are framed as a representative matter around geography, especially the geography of the states, that has rippling effects throughout our political framework. So this has implications because of the focus of the states in shaping representation in the House. It has implications for gerrymandering, campaign finance reform, questions of economic impunity. It has implications for the Senate, where the Senate increasingly is so malapportioned that the vast majority of the population live effectively 2/3 of the population in 15 states. It has implications for the presidency with the Electoral College, where over the last, let's say, 35 plus. So first, I'd just like to say.
I didn't mean to go back. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to pause. Here's my question. What branches of government do socialists want to get rid of? Pop quiz for my chat. What branches of what they call the capitalist U.S. government do socialists want to get rid of? Does anyone know? It's not all of them. It's almost all of them. The court and the executive. Exactly. Well, they want to get rid of the Senate too, but they're okay with some sort of like House of Representatives style thing, but it wouldn't be the House of Representatives as we currently know it, but it would be kind of that idea of like a House of Representatives. All of them except maybe the House of Representatives. Exactly. They want to get rid of the Supreme Court. They want to get rid of the Senate. They want to get rid of the Electoral College. They want to get rid of the executive. They would completely change the way the executive functions, and they would do something that kind of seems like a House of Representatives style thing, but it wouldn't be exactly as we understand it today. Does everyone understand that? Cool.
Increasingly is so malapportioned that the vast majority of the population live effectively 2/3 of the population in 15 states. It has implications for the presidency with the Electoral College, where over the last, let's say, 35 plus years, you've had Democrats win the popular vote in the presidential election 7 of the last 8 times, but nonetheless, we've had multiple Republican presidencies, and through the control of the Senate and the presidency, a reshaping of the Supreme Court so that the justices on the Supreme Court, 6 of 9, are Republican appointees. These are all things that would be familiar, and they highlight a system that seems wildly out of step with popular sentiment, a system in which constitutional politics in particular gets funneled into a court in a context in
Do not spam my chat like this. Do that again, you're going to get banned.
which the U.S. amendment process is perhaps the hardest in the world to use or apply, so that those justices don't just have power over particular cases, but they seem to have almost a vice grip over what even counts as a constitutional question. Anyway, these are all limitations, weaknesses that are frankly familiar. And yet, if you grew up in the United States at the end of the 20th century, at the beginning of this one, you would have grown up, like I did, with a story or an account of the Constitution, not as something that is an infrastructure that we muddle through, but as a near ideal distillation of what any kind of liberal democracy, so to speak, could be. And in fact, the experience of being a young person at the end of the 20th century was the experience.
Do socialists want to replace the judiciary with a revolutionary tribunal? I've never heard them say that. I understand why you might think that. What I have heard them say is, okay, so socialists believe that socialists want to abolish the entire prison industrial complex. They want to get rid of all prisons. They want to release everyone in prison. They believe that when they have their Marxist utopia, there will be no more crime, because everyone will have access to everything they need. I have heard them talk about how they want to replace the court system with some sort of kind of like mediation, where if you have a dispute with someone, you go to the court, but it's not like the court system of today. It's more like a mediator or something like that. But I've never heard them say revolutionary tribunal.
If you're there for the bicentennial, having to sign your name to the text of the Constitution, to hear speeches from politicians about the genius of the Constitution. And all of this then speaks to a basic disjuncture that marks our own moment. How is it that this document that so patently exposes or speaks to some of the clear flaws in the American political process and moment has been a site of such worship and near unanimous support? The argument I make in the book is that we can't understand that disjuncture without putting it in connection with another development that is almost never thought of alongside the Constitution.
He's a constitutional law professor? Wow.
Our story about the Constitution is almost entirely an internal one, based on a thought about American exceptionalism. The U.S. is so distinctive, this argument goes, that it can't be that our processes have anything to do with the rest of the world. Instead, the best way to understand the rise of a modern form of constitutional support, what I call creedal constitutionalism, I'll get to in just a bit, is to see how it's closely tied to the U.S.'s emergence onto the global stage and transformation from being a regional settler polity in the Americas to a globally dominant hegemon. And the way that the language around the Constitution became absolutely core to arguments Americans made about their global power, and then, by implication, arguments about both the meaning of the domestic nation and the terms of domestic reform. So I'm going to try to work through this by first spending a bit of time going over exactly what I mean by constitutional veneration, and in particular creedal constitutionalism. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about what American constitutional culture was like before the consolidation of the modern approach and discourse. And here I'm going to spend a bit of time thinking about left alternative visions that were absolutely.
You got to give me more information. I don't know what I don't watch Jordan Peterson. I don't listen to Jordan Peterson. You have to tell me what specifically he said.
absolutely part of the breadth of American constitutional politics, but have been almost entirely written out of the stories that we tell now. Then I'm going to spend a bit of time going through the historical transformation, consolidation of constitutional support before ending with a few kind of political implications for the moment. All right, so what do I mean by constitutional veneration, and more specifically this term that I've thrown out, creedal constitutionalism? Throughout American history, there have been ebbs and flows when it comes to constitutional support and constitutional critique. In the book, and more generally for thinking about our own present moment, I'm focused on the brand of constitutional support that consolidates in the 20th century. And this is a brand of constitutional support that has a series of ideological components, none of which necessarily go together, but all of which collectively have become sort of the drinking water of what it means to talk about American nationalism and, in fact, even American patriotism or loyalty. So the first element of it is that defending the Constitution is understood to be closely tied to defending the Declaration of Independence, and in particular, the universally egalitarian language in that declaration. This is the creed of which I speak. And the language of the creed is something that I'm taking from Gunnar Myrdal, who's a Swedish sociologist, who in the 1940s led a massive landmark study that was published as American Dilemma about race relations in the US. And he argued that there was an essential set of civic commitments that defined what it meant to be American, that he called the American Creed. And it was the thought that from the very founding, the country had been committed to principles of universal equality. Yes, there are problems of slavery. Yes, there are problems of native expropriation. But the American story was the steady redemption of that initial promise. This is a kind of connection that's very closely tied to how Americans think about the Constitution. When they think about the Constitution, they think of the Constitution as a concrete mechanism for fulfilling those principles embedded in the Declaration. But then there are other things that also mark what constitutional support is all about. So another key component is a commitment to anti-totalitarian civil liberties. The thought that what the Constitution does is it protects a sphere of individual rights, speech, freedom of exercise when it comes to religion, but just the autonomy of the individual from various types of state infringement. It's a civil libertarian set of guarantees embodied probably most concretely by the Bill of Rights, those first 10 amendments. And moreover, these civil liberties are themselves tied inherently, because they're negative liberties, negative protections against the state, to economic liberties. In other words, even though it might be perfectly reasonable to have various types of constraints on economic power, so some degree of management of the economy, there's a bedrock presumption that property rights, and by extension market capitalism, is connected to civil liberty, so that
the definition that the left has of capitalism is private property ownership. It is very, very explicit. When the left says capitalism, they are not talking about crony capitalism. They're not talking about corrupt capitalism. They're not talking about corporatism. They're not talking about any of the problems that most people see with capitalism. They're talking explicitly about private property ownership. When they say private property ownership, they are making a reference to bourgeois property. That means property that can be used to generate personal private wealth, okay? And so when they say private property, they mean your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether that private business be big or small. and your parental rights over your children are considered to be a form of private property, because parental rights gives you the ability to pass your personal your private property to your son or daughter so that they maintain generational wealth. It's also about the nuclear family upholding capitalism. That's another thing they're interested in. But one of the things that we don't often hear them talk about, but we do hear them say every now and again, individual liberties are considered to be a form of private property. Your individual liberties, the things protected by the Constitution, are considered to be a form of private property that they want to abolish when they abolish capitalism. They consider the United States Constitution to be a capitalist document. They consider the United States government to be the capitalist U.S. government. What we just heard this Boston College constitutional law professor say is that everyone admits that there might be some benefits to having a managed economy. A managed economy means socialism. But the thing that prevents us from being able to have a managed economy is the Constitution protects property rights and civil liberties. He's pitting individual liberties against the so-called benefits of having a managed economy in a socialist world. Does everyone understand this? We're going to listen to it again, but I want to make sure people understand what they're listening to. If you have questions, please ask them. If you understand it, please put yes in the chat so that I know you understand. But if you have questions, there's no shame in asking questions. I'll explain it again. But we're going to listen to this again. I just want you to make sure that you know what you're listening to. He's saying that the Constitution and civil liberties need to go away if they're going to create their managed economy socialist utopia. And he's saying specifically that individual liberties are considered to be a form of private property. The definition that I've given you is the definition that we hear socialist activists say over and over and over and over and over again. It doesn't matter if Marx specifically said this. People need to get out of this mindset that if Marx didn't say it, it doesn't mean anything. Guys, what we listen to are real-world socialist activists today. We're not going back and reading the philosophies of dead people from 200 years ago. We are listening to real-world socialist activists today. They are telling you what they believe today. Whether or not that is reflective of something specifically that Marx wrote has no relevance at all. Because Marx is not dictating the actions and the teaching and the strategies of real-world socialist activists today. So it doesn't matter. The definition of private property that I gave you is the definition that I've heard real socialists in the real world say time and 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 time again. I have clips of this on my channel. I have clips of it in my Substack. It's something that I've covered ad nauseum over the course of 3 years. So I personally, no offense, don't give a flying flip if Marx ever said this specifically, because it is exactly what real socialists are teaching in the real world today. That is what they believe. That is what they are acting on. And so it doesn't matter. Marx does not have a Twitter. These people do. Marx is dead, but Marxism lives on in the people that are doing it now. Old philosophy doesn't matter if it's not being implemented in the real world now. Is he saying individual rights and by extension the Constitution? Yes. That is explicitly what he's saying, Kyle. He is saying that individual rights, individual liberties are a form of private property ownership, and they believe the Constitution is a capitalist document, and they cannot overthrow capitalism until they overthrow the Constitution, and by doing so, overthrow individual rights and individual liberties. That is exactly correct. Let's go back and listen again. And he, like, it's a little, you have to listen closely, but I want to make sure we get this. I'm going to go back a little ways. Okay.
For fulfilling those principles embedded in the Declaration. But then there are other things that also mark what constitutional support is all about. So another key component is a commitment to anti-totalitarian civil liberties. The thought that what the Constitution does is it protects a sphere of individual rights, speech, freedom of exercise when it comes to religion, but just the autonomy of the individual from various types of state infringement. It's a civil libertarian set of guarantees embodied probably most concretely by the Bill of Rights, those first 10 amendments. And moreover, these civil liberties are themselves tied inherently, because they're negative liberties, negative protections against the state, to economic liberties. In other words, even though it might be perfectly reasonable to have various types of constraints on economic power, so some degree of management of the economy, there's a bedrock presumption that property rights, and by extension market capitalism, is connected to civil liberty. So that defending civil liberties means defending some brand of market capitalism, defending the Constitution therefore connects creed to civil liberties to market capitalism. And all of that then goes hand in hand with a vision of representative government that is supposed to be based on majority rule, but that is closely associated with constrained majoritarianism.
Okay. Now he's getting into the problem with overthrowing the current system, because he's saying that this idea that people have individual liberties is closely related to our form of government. We're going to get into that in a second. But did everyone hear him say that the idea of having the idea of free market capitalism is linked to individual liberties in the Constitution, and we can't get a managed economy. Managed economy means socialism. We can't get a managed economy until we get rid of individual liberties in the Constitution. Did everyone hear him say that? In other words, you have the ability, you have your ability to have a train of creative thought. Well, yeah, but it's actually much worse than that. It's actually much more far-reaching than that, William. It's much worse than that. We're going to listen to it again, guys. I want to make sure people get this. How did these people stay organized through the 80s and the 90s? Looking back, I can see they were there, but they were always a joke. Because it's a subculture. It's a subculture like any other subculture. So you weren't a part of their subculture, but that doesn't mean their subculture didn't exist. It doesn't mean there weren't a lot of people a part of their... You're in Canada, bro. They're more organized in Canada than they are here. Let's listen one more time. I just really want to make sure people get this, because this is really, really important, okay?
First 10 amendments. And moreover, these civil liberties are themselves tied inherently, because they're negative liberties, negative protections against the state, to economic liberties. In other words, even though it might be perfectly reasonable to have various types of constraints on economic power, so some degree of management of the economy, there's a bedrock presumption that property rights, and by extension market capitalism, is connected to civil liberty. So that defending civil liberties means defending some brand of market capitalism.
Defending civil liberties means defending some brand of market capitalism. As a reminder, guys, one of the definitions that socialists have for the word fascism is literally free market capitalism. Okay? So the argument that he just presented is the basis of why they believe individual liberties as protected by the Constitution are a form of private property ownership. This is why it is explicitly important that people understand that when the socialists say capitalism, they're not just talking about an economic system. They're talking about they're talking about private property ownership specifically. And this is why it's so important that you guys understand what they mean by the term private property. Again, it's your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own own a private business, whether that private business be big or small, your parental rights over your children, and what we just heard him say, your individual liberties as protected by the Constitution. These are all things that are considered to be private property, and they are all things that would go away when these people win. All right? Let's keep going.
The Constitution therefore connects creed to civil liberties to market capitalism. And all of that then goes hand in hand with a vision of representative government that is supposed to be based on majority rule, but that is closely associated with constrained majoritarianism and especially checks and balances, both at the national level but then through federalism across all of the different levels of government. The thought is that the best way to ensure the protection of these essential liberties is to have a form of representation that actually constrains the power of mass popular energy. And that this constraint operates perhaps most concretely through the Supreme Court, so that you rightly should have an insulated institution like the Supreme Court that is the guardian of the Constitution, that operates as what Yale.
The Supreme Court guards against mob rule. Socialists want a dictatorship of the proletariat. They literally want the mob to rule. They do not want the will of the minority, the rights of the minority to be protected. The Supreme Court stands in their way of getting a dictatorship of the proletariat.
Law school dean from the 50s and 60s, Eugene Rostow, called the National Seminar Educating the Public in How Best to Appreciate Its Own Collective Virtues. And all
You're trying to debunk them. You're trying to be smart about debunking them. I'm telling you that because I know what you're doing, because I've seen a million people do this before. You're trying to debunk them while thinking that you're smarter than them. What they believe is that when everyone has access to all the resources, when everyone has access to everything they need, then everyone will be happy and no one will act as an unruly mob and you won't need the police or anything like that. So again, I'm going to recommend, because I don't recognize your name, so I think you're new, I would recommend that you listen and you resist the urge to try to debunk them. And you're going to say you're not trying to debunk them, but I know what you're doing because I've seen a million people do this. You're trying to do like a backhanded debunking where you're pretending you're just asking questions, but you're not. You're trying to debunk them. And I'm going to tell you, see, I'm trying to tell you, bro, that I know what you're doing. I've been doing this a long time. You are going to learn a lot more if you sit back and listen. When you first encounter this stuff, I know it can be overwhelming. I'm trying to give you advice that's helping you. Don't fight it. If you fight it, you're going to end up saying something you're going to regret. You're going to end up getting banned from my chat. You're going to end up throwing hissy fit. I've seen this happen a million times. I'm trying to help you. Just listen. Just take a few deep breaths and listen. You see small businesses supporting it because they don't know what it means. They don't know what it means. That's why we're doing this, so that people understand what this means.
All of that is therefore an explanation of precisely why the U.S. is an exceptional project, and indeed, precisely because of its exceptionalism, why it is justified in exercising global power. In the language of the Cold War, being the first among equals, in the language that might be, truer and more familiar to our own conversations, American imperial power, so that the U.S. is justified in being a hegemonic and imperial power precisely because of all of these different components. And indeed, each one of them, therefore, then fit together. Creed, civil liberties, market capitalism, constrained representative government, and American primacy. Again, no, all of these are...
Hang on. All of these things fit together. Listen to this list again.
Because of all of these different components. And indeed, each one of them, therefore, then fit together. Creed, civil liberties, market capitalism, constrained...
Civil liberties, market capitalism.
Representative government, and American...
Constrained representative government. That means the Senate.
Primacy. Again, note, all of these are ideologically distinct. They don't need to go together. But the story that emerges over the course of the 20th century fits them into a single coherent whole that is what it means to talk both about the Constitution and about the nation. And just to appreciate the extent to which this is, not necessarily given, not only globally in thinking about how constitutions operate within societies. Most places around the world, constitutions are just texts that provide structures for power. If they fail to serve their publics, they might get replaced. In the over 200 countries that have existed on the global stage in recent years, they've collectively come up with 900 constitutions. The typical length of a constitution.
Wait, what do you mean that's the creed? How is he defining the term creed? I didn't get that. Can you explain? Do I need to go back? I'll go back.
Distinct. They don't need to go together. But the story that emerges over the course of the 20th century fits them into a single coherent whole that is what it means to talk both about the Constitution and about the nation. And just to appreciate the extent to which this is, not necessarily given, not only globally in thinking about how constitutions operate within societies. Most places around the world, constitutions are just texts that provide structures for power. If they fail to serve their publics, they might get replaced. In the over 200 countries that have existed on the global stage in recent years, they've collectively come up with 900 constitutions. The typical length of a constitution in existence is about 20 years, and most constitutions don't look anything like the US Constitution. They tend to be longer, 20,000 words, as opposed to the 7,600. They tend to be far easier to amend. They tend to have Supreme Courts that are constructed in a very different way. So rather than having...
Hang on. Gloria says, do you think tariffs could inadvertently be a step towards... Yeah. Yes, I do. Now, this doesn't mean it's not a reason to do it. I actually don't have a problem with tariffs myself, but I think it could be. Our Constitution provides checks and balances, and that's a hindrance to manage democracy. That's very true. The single coherent whole of civil liberties and the restrained government and economics is... Okay, so what he's saying is the marriage of individual liberties and a restrained government, that means the Electoral College, the Senate, the marriage of those two and how that prevents us from having a managed economy, how the marriage of individual, I'm working this out in my head, the marriage of individual liberties and the restrained government, which leads to free market capitalism or something thereabouts. That, the combination of those things, that's the creed. That's what we're talking about. So it's civil liberties, restrained government via checks and balances by the Supreme Court, the Electoral College, the Senate, etc., and capitalism, essentially. And those three things are the creed. So there's a triangle. Civil liberties is on one side of the triangle. Restrained government, checks and balances, Supreme Court, Electoral College, all that. That's the other side of the triangle. And then capitalism is the bottom side of the triangle. Do I have that right? Okay. Well, we just explained it, so let us know. Well, Stony Baloney, this is Stony Baloney, he's listened to this presentation several times, so... Does everyone understand this? When he says creed, he means civil liberties, he means restrained government through checks and balances and stuff like that, and he means capitalism. It's the marriage of those three. That's what he means when he said creed. Does everyone understand that? Because now he's going to start to tease it apart, and so if you understand what we're listening for, it's going to be easier to understand what he's saying. Thank you, Stony Baloney. Appreciate it. Yeah, the Trinity of the Constitution. Okay, cool.
9 justices serving for life in the way that the ones do in the US. India has 34. Germany has 16. Most courts have term limits of 12 to 15 years, and this doesn't even get into the extent to which our own representative system diverges dramatically from the forms of parliamentarism and mass democracy that we see elsewhere. But just thinking about American history, this story that feels so conventional is itself a contingent product of a set of dynamics in that first 2/3 of the 20th century. If we were having this conversation in the mid-19th century about what's worth defending of the Constitution, the dominant story among Euro-American settlers in the North, so not even necessarily enslavers, would have been that the Constitution may be worth defending, but it's worth defending because it is a document of compromise. The spirit of 1787 is a spirit of compromise between the states, and especially between enslaver and non-slaveholding states. Effectively, it provides a compromise between these regional factions so that the country as a whole can enjoy greater economic and material prosperity, while also at the same time benefiting from territorial growth. Now, if you just take a moment and sit back and think about, like, well, what is that story actually saying? That's saying that the reason why the Constitution's worth defending, to put it bluntly, is because it avoids dealing with the sin of slavery so as to ensure that the country can better expropriate indigenous land. Like that.
Oh shit!
Nita, thank you.
I just fucked that up. I was so shocked
First,
I
I'd
fucked
just
that
like
up.
to say,
Where was I? Can someone tell me where I just left off? Holy shit! I accidentally hit a button to go to the next presentation in the playlist. Can someone rewind and let me know where my timestamp was? That was crazy, though, and we need to listen to that again. 15, thank you, bot. Appreciate it. That was crazy. He just said the only reason to defend the Constitution is because you're defending slavery and you want to continue to steal indigenous land. That was nuts. Let's listen again.
Take a moment and sit back and think about, like, well, what is that story actually saying? That's saying that the reason why the Constitution's worth defending, to put it bluntly, is because it avoids dealing with the sin of slavery so as to ensure that the country can better expropriate indigenous land. Like, that is the exact opposite.
So I just want to make sure everyone's clear about that. Again, we've said that capitalism means private property ownership, right? The sin of slavery is the sin of private property ownership. Slavery is considered to be created by capitalism. Capitalism is private property ownership. Slavery is the ownership of people as private property. When they're talking about indigenous land used to be under the caretakership of the collective before the evil colonists came in and stole the land from the indigenous and privatized it under the oppressive force of capitalism. That's what colonization or colonialism means. It means taking land from the indigenous people that used to be caretaked by the collective. It wasn't owned by anyone. They were caretakers of the collective. And then privatizing it under capitalism and excluding people from going on the land. No, I didn't say that. Slavery is about the private property ownership of people. The indigenous land argument is about colonization or colonialism.
That is the opposite of the ethical story that emerges in the 20th century. And indeed, even the notion of the Declaration as this universally egalitarian document would have been highly contested. So somebody like Stephen Douglas of the Lincoln-Douglas debates, the one that the northern politician in Illinois that's a central figure in the Northern Democratic Party and that defeats Lincoln in that election, he says that the Declaration is a white man's charter, so that there's a racially circumscribed region.
Well, you would get a free place to live when the socialists take over, yeah. Yeah. What does that mean? You don't own your house. It's not yours. You've been assigned a house. If they don't like what you're doing, they can assign you a different house. They can take your nice house away and put you off in some fucking salt mine. You don't own any houses. You don't own any land. You don't own any private business. You don't have money at all. You probably don't have a private kitchen in your house because they control the food supply, so you got to go to them for your food rations. Does it still sound so great to you to have a free house? Does anyone want a free house under socialism? 1 in the chat if you want a free house under socialism. 2 in the chat if you'd rather be able to own your house under capitalism. By the way, this is how socialists recruit people. This is literally how socialists recruit people. They say, you know, we're going to make sure everyone has a place to live. Doesn't that sound great? Everyone's going to have a place to live. No one's going to be homeless. How are they going to do that? You don't have the ability to own anything. You don't get to choose where you live. It's never yours. It can always be taken away. Seems as though a lot of people in the chat think that they want their ability to own a home and have it maybe not be completely free, but still not, you know, still actually be theirs. Melissa, we don't debunk. Melissa, I promised you, you are not going to make any argument that we haven't heard a million times before. I'm going to ask you to sit back and listen to what socialists are saying so you actually understand it, because this is not helpful. Thank you. You literally were, though. You literally were. Melissa, this is debunking. We don't do this here. Our goal is to listen to what socialists are saying to understand the world from their perspective. Socialists believe that real socialism has never been tried because it's never been tried in an industrialized society, and it's never been tried on a global level. So they truly do believe real socialism has never been tried. This is not going to change their minds. Saying you've killed over 100 million people is not going to change their minds. Giving them any sort of debunking argument is not going to change their minds. So can we now sit down and listen to what they're saying so we can understand their perspective? I would really appreciate it. You're trying to debunk, bro. Stop. This is why I tell people literally at the beginning of the presentation, stop trying to debunk them. You are having a hard time understanding because you are debunking them. This does not matter. This does not matter. They do not agree with you. No matter how many times you say this, they are never going to agree with you. This does not matter. Stop trying to debunk them. I do not want to spend half of this stream telling people to stop debunking them when I told people not to debunk them at the very beginning of the stream for this exact purpose. It does absolutely no good. What you need to do is sit and listen to what they are saying and ask questions if you have them, but stop fucking trying to debunk them. This does not fucking matter. No, you can't. Oh my fucking God. You cannot fucking counter them, you absolute fucking retard. And you've been in my chat long enough to know now that this is the case. There is nothing that you can say that's going to counter what they're saying. You don't want to know why? Because it's all been said about 1,000,001 times before you ever fucking got there, and it does no fucking good, and they are still winning, and they are still kicking your ass, and you can go up and debunk them all you fucking want, and it's not going to make any fucking difference. And guess what, bro? You still don't understand them. I know you don't understand them based on the things you say in my chat, and the reason that you don't fucking understand them is because you don't sit down and fucking listen. I made the rules of this stream very clear at the start, and I was nice about it when I made it, but now you assholes are really starting to piss me off. No debunking. Cut that shit out. If debunking was going to work, it would have already solved the problem. If you don't listen to me when I say something nicely and I ask you nicely, then I'm going to start fucking yelling. And then when you start complaining because, oh my God, you're such a... you're going to start reading in my chat, then I'm going to permanently ban you and you're never going to be welcome back. So cut the fucking bullshit. Do the thing that I asked you to do nicely the first time and sit and listen. Debunking them is a fool's errand. It's like trying to argue the existence of the creation myth with fundamentalist Christians. We know they're crazy. We've been listening to them for fucking years. You will get nowhere. We are here to learn what they believe. Every time you guys debunk them, you are disrupting the chat for people who are here to learn. They don't believe true socialism has ever been tried. They believe everyone is a wage slave under capitalism. They don't give a fuck about your debunking. If you want to fight them, then you have to understand them. And if you're not willing to sit down and understand them, then you are never going to be effective in fighting them. Does everyone understand? When you are trying to debunk them, it's literally exactly the same as you going into a fucking Catholic church and saying, guys, God doesn't exist. And you're expecting a room full of Catholics to instantly agree with you? They're never going to agree with you. That's their faith. It's the same thing here. Does everyone understand? We all know every single thing that you guys are going to say. We have heard every debunking thing before. Shut your mouth and open your ears. Exactly. Let's continue.
Reading, even of the Declaration of Independence, that would have been central at that time. So part of what we have to assess
regulars,
is how the meaning
veterans
of the Constitution has shifted so dramatically, so that we've come to read back into the founding, into a very different kind of cultural world, a set of judgments about what the text even stands for. And to get a sense of this, I think it's useful to go back to the late 19th century, after the Civil War and after the violent defeat of Reconstruction, to think a little bit about constitutional culture then. So let me turn to that. It's essential to appreciate that in the late 19th century still, the dominant form of social cohesion in the US is not grounded in this national narrative around a constitutional text, but is instead grounded in the project of settlement, of territorial settlement. And the driving ideology of the country is a racially exclusionary ideology that emphasizes how Republican freedom, economic independence, political self-rule for some.
I want to listen to this again.
The dominant form of social cohesion in the US is not grounded in this national narrative around a constitutional text, but is instead grounded in the project of settlement, of territorial settlement.
What did he say? The grounding narrative of the Constitution is around territorial settlement. He's saying our Constitution is grounded in colonization, that is stealing land from indigenous people.
And the driving ideology of the country is a racially exclusionary ideology.
The driving ideology of the country is a racially exclusionary ideology. That is a reference to slavery, which is a reference to the private property ownership of people, which is a reference to systemic racism. Systemic racism is usually what they're referring to when they say racism today. They're not talking about skin color. They're talking about the system that upholds racism. The system that upholds racism is capitalism. Does everyone understand?
That emphasizes how Republican freedom, economic independence, political self-rule for some is predicated precisely in the way that that compromise described on the expropriation of land to ensure a broad distribution of it, and also on the use of coerced labor, in particular enslaved black labor, as a condition of ensuring free labor for some. This fact and the strength of these arguments plays a central role in the defeat of Reconstruction, and it means, interestingly, that the Constitution has this very complicated space in that period. because the country is increasingly marked by a closing of the frontier, heightened class conflicts within
Hang on,
Anglo.
we got a super chat from Southpod. Systemic seems to be the key word here. No, it's not. It's not just when you hear systemic. It's every time they say racism. It's every time they say whiteness. So you got to understand that when you hear the when you hear systemic used, can we reasonably assume the system is always capitalism? Yes. Absolutely. But just because they don't use the word systemic does not mean they're not referring to capitalism. Because every time the left says whiteness, white supremacy, racism, anti-racism, anything like that, none of those terms have systemic in them, but those are all references to systemic racism. So it doesn't necessarily, if they don't say the word systemic, that doesn't mean they're talking about skin color and you can go, oh, they hate white people, high five, bro. That's not what that means. Not every 95% of the time, almost every single time, the vast majority of the time, with a few extremely rare exceptions, when they say anything about racism, whiteness, white supremacy, anti-racism, black lives, whatever the fuck, they are referencing systemic racism, whether or not they say the word systemic specifically. Do you understand? The reference is always to capitalism. Capitalism is the system that created racism. Capitalism is the system that upholds racism. They believe that you cannot abolish racism without abolishing capitalism. Robin DiAngelo is an exception to the rule. She's not the rule. Does everyone understand that? But certainly anytime you hear the word system, they're talking about capitalism, but it does go beyond that.
European and male society in a way that had not previously been the case. The rise of new and intensifying forms of industrial capitalism, and also a civil war that had been cataclysmic to the society. And so during the first centennial,
they believe that capitalism created the Constitution, guys. That's what this presentation is really about. The constitutional bind exists because they believe that capitalism created the Constitution. Our entire Constitution, our entire government is grounded in capitalism. That's why they call it the capitalist U.S. government. They don't care. And you've asked this question before, and I've explained it to you before, so you're basically asking me the same question again, expecting me to give you a different answer. Don't think I don't remember every fucking question I've ever answered. My memory is like a fucking lock and key. They do not care about slavery around the world. They don't care. We're talking about the United States. They don't care. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. If you go to them, because now you're trying to fucking debunk them again because you're being a smartass, and now I'm going to give you a fucking warning. If you keep doing this shit in my chat, I'm just going to ban you, because this is not the first time you've done this either. If you go to them, did you know, guys, go, here's a challenge I'm going to give you, bro. Why don't you do this? Why don't you look up the Radical Revolutionary Socialist bookstore in your city, in your nearest city? I promise you they have one. And here's what I want you to do. I want you to go to a socialist event. I want you to walk into a socialist bookstore and I want you to go, hey guys, hey socialists, did you know that black people around the world owned slaves? Did you know that they own slaves? Don't you oppose black people owning slaves around the world? They're gonna laugh you out of the fucking room if they don't beat the fucking shit out of you for even showing up to begin with. Depends on what kind of bookstore you go into. If you're going into a flat-out Antifa bookstore, they're gonna beat the fucking shit out of you. But the best thing that's gonna happen is they're gonna laugh you out of the store because they don't give a fuck, which I've already explained to you previously the last time you asked me this question. He's arguing the Constitution is based in private property ownership.
Centennial, not the second one when I was a school child, but during that first centennial, you had business elites in places like Philadelphia that wanted to develop support for the text. They reached out to poets to come up with various forms of verse to extol the Constitution. This is the Constitutional Centennial Commission. They thought a little bit about maybe having Walt Whitman, but they're like, okay, Walt Whitman's he's too out there, we're not going to get Walt Whitman. But they reached out to other poets, they declined. They tried to get orators to extol the text in speech, they couldn't find orators to participate in that. Eventually they had an associate justice on the court take part in various kinds of talks about the Constitution. Many of the people that they invited to come to Independence Hall declined. And there was a reason at that moment in time why it was difficult to get support off the ground. E.L. Godkin, the iconoclastic founder of The Nation magazine, said, "The Constitution was supposed to do two things: address the question of slavery, deal with the conflicts between the states, and on both scores it failed." And in point of fact, that was a large part of the culture. That at that time, so latter part of the 19th century, many of the constituents within the society would have found themselves deeply uncomfortable with what the Constitution meant for collective life. So Southern sectionalists and ex-Confederates viewed it as a document of Northern domination. Any national symbol was a complicated symbol. For black people, they had actually been central to that story of creedal constitutionalism, which had emerged as an anti-slavery argument among people like Frederick Douglass, and so had come to rally around the Reconstruction Amendments that banned slavery, that established equal protection in the 14th Amendment. But their experience had been the transformation.
I've literally already explained this to you before, so now I'm going to have the chat explain this to you. Chat. Why does whiteness mean capitalism? Why do they only pick on white people, guys? Why do they only pick on? It's about white people. It's not about capitalism. It's right now. What our disruptive asshole friend is trying to do here is he's trying to make it be all about white people because he's a dissident right winger who is desperate to make it all about white people, and he's digging in his heels and not fucking listening. So now the chat is going to teach him. Because he's not going to listen to me because I'm a woman, and God forbid any fucking man on the dissident right wing ever actually, be a fucking man and listen to someone who knows more than him that happens to be a woman. They don't do that shit. So I'm going to have the chat teach. Why does whiteness mean capitalism? Because they believe white and black were created to separate private property slaves from property owners. Whiteness is a reference to systemic racism. Racism opposes the system that upholds anti-racism. Well, I mean, that's not exact. That's not the question that I asked. Why, guys? Why are they always picking on white people? Why are they all picking on white people? You guys know the answer to this. Answer the fucking question I'm asking. They believe that race didn't exist until slavery was created by capitalism. Guys, please stop saying whiteness means capitalism is the answer. That's not the explanation. Why does whiteness mean capitalism? You guys need to be able to explain this to other people. Why does whiteness mean capitalism? I have whole streams talking about this. I have articles talking about this. I have clips talking about this. None of the people who ever come into this chat and ask the same fucking question over and over and over and over and over and over and over again because they want white people to be the poor fucking victims of the world. None of them ever actually look at all the other fucking materials I've created already answering this question. Can someone please do not fucking make me explain this because you guys are being fucking lazy. Stop saying whiteness means capitalism and explain why. I'm going to sit here and knit until people start explaining why whiteness means capitalism. You guys want to make it the hard way? We'll do it the fucking hard way. Capitalism created race by people owning people of color as slaves as private property. Before capitalism, people went by where they were from. Yup, that's true. Nope, wrong. Teresa, what the fuck is this answer, Teresa? Teresa, you're getting a timeout for that answer. That answer was so fucking bad. I'm questioning why you even come to my streams. Teresa's been here for a long ass time. She knows better than that. All right, well, the impression I'm getting right now is that people who have been watching my socialism streams for literally upwards of 3 years do not understand why whiteness means capitalism. Have we descended into retardia for the second week in a row? Do I have to end the stream early for the second week in a row? Why isn't anyone actually explaining why whiteness means capitalism? Why are you just saying whiteness means capitalism over and over and over again using different words? Does this make me feel like I'm making a good use of my time? Because you guys should be able to explain this. Why isn't this happening? No, racial capitalism has nothing to do with that, Stony Baloney. That's not what racial capitalism is. Whiteness means capitalism because race, black and white, was created when slaves were brought to America to separate private property from private property owners. Yes. Anything else? You're not explaining the white part, guys. Please do not. I swear to God, if you assholes make me explain why whiteness means capitalism again, I'm going to be the biggest fucking cunt you've ever dealt with for your entire fucking lives for the rest of this stream. If I have to explain this again for the 8,000th fucking time when most of you should know the answer by now, because you're not explaining it correctly, then I'm going to be the biggest fucking cunt nightmare that you guys have ever dealt with in your life for the rest of this stream. See, and our dissident right-winger friend right now, the lack of it, let me explain why this is important. Because our asshole dissident right-winger, who's only here to make this all about white people, doesn't fucking understand. And the reason he doesn't understand is because no one in the chat, even bot, by the way, is accurately explaining the concept. Not a single one of you have explained it. Not a single one of you have actually answered his question. And this is why he's going, but this happened everywhere else. It's all about white people. They just hate white people. They just want to kill all white people. This is your lack of explanation is why his pissy fucking attitude is perpetuating. Let's see if anyone's gotten it. Nope. 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 I'm giving you 4 minutes to come up with the correct answer. If you want this stream to continue, if no one comes up with the correct answer in the next 4 minutes, someone owes me a $50 super chat. You can do it in, people can contribute $5, $10 super chats. You can contribute $10, $5 super chats. But if you assholes are truly going to make me explain this again, when I have explained this 8,000 fucking times in the last 2 years, and now it seems like no one's learned anything because no one is explaining what I have explicitly explained 10,000 times in the last 3 fucking years, I'm going to be fucking pissed. So you have 4 minutes to explain this, and then if you want this stream to continue, there's going to be a $50 fucking charge. But you've already said the same thing 3 different times. Saying the same thing 3 different times does not make it the answer that I'm looking for. Three minutes. No, they're not getting it. No, they're not. Why? Why? Because that sounds an awful lot like they hate white people, doesn't it, Milo? Why? This is going to be the new rule from now on. I have people that's been watching socialism with me for years. I have told you guys that the reason I don't want to do this anymore is because I literally have to say the same fucking thing every day in my life. Every single person that's been watching this with me for at least a year should be able to explain this. And if you can't, maybe that's my fault, but it's no longer going to be my problem. Because I have explained this 19 ways from fucking Sunday. You have 2 more minutes. Whiteness has nothing to do with cultural norms. No, you are wrong. And our asshole friend still doesn't fucking get it. This is the result of what you guys are teaching. Targeting white people isn't lucrative. This is the end result of what you guys are teaching right now. No, you didn't, Jane. I don't want to hear whiteness means capitalism again. I want to know why whiteness means capitalism. Any explanation that I see whiteness means capitalism, that's not going to be the right answer because I'm asking you why. You have 1 more minute. Why are people in power considered white? That is the question. Why are people in power considered white? I have explained this thousands of fucking times. One more minute or someone owes me a $50 super chat if you want the stream to continue. One person or several people. Our retarded dissident right-winger friend still doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Nope. No one is actually answering the question. Literally no one is answering the question. Oh, look at that. Time's up. Where's my $50? Do you guys want the stream to continue or not? $50 now. I'm being serious. If you want me to explain this again when I've explained it 18 ways from fucking Sunday, the cost for the stream to continue now is $50. And if the super chat goal is met, then I will explain the fucking answer. If I don't get the $50, the stream is over. And you guys can all look up the answer on your own, and I'll take the rest of the night off. It's up to you. I'm going to give you guys 3 minutes to figure it out. We now already hit our deadline. No more answers. It's either $50 and I explain it or the stream's over. Those are the options. This was not a crazy question. This is something that everyone who has been watching my content should be able to understand and should be able to explain to other people. I have written probably a dozen articles about this in the last year. I have written book chapters about this. I have provided multiple fucking video clips explaining this. We've done multiple streams about this. All right, we need $45 more. $45 more or I'm quitting. 35 more. This is going to be the new rule from now on. 30 more. $30 more. 20 more. $20 more. 15 more. 10 more. I appreciate everyone paying up for the honor system. I appreciate it. $10 more. I'm quitting. There we go. There we go. And see our, thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. You can find articles on my Substack, carlin.substack.com. And our retarded friend still has not wrapped his head around the idea that this is about the United States. So here's what's going to happen, retard. You're going in a timeout. This guy is going in a timeout for the rest of the stream. We are no longer going to listen to him talk for the rest of the stream. He's going in a timeout. The reason why whiteness means thank you. And thank you to everyone who paid up for the honor system. I appreciate it. But it really does make me angry that people don't know how to explain this. And the reason, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for signing up for a membership. Look at all this. Look at all this. I want to start off by saying this. The goal of these streams is not just for me to listen to myself talk. The goal of these streams is not just to watch crazy socialist dystopian shit on the internet. The goal of these streams is to listen to what socialists are saying, to learn as much as we can, to learn how to explain it simply and concisely and precisely to people who don't know what's going on, and then to go out and teach as many people as we can. If you guys don't know how to explain these concepts, when someone comes in and they go, why is it all about white people? They hate white people, which will happen every single time you have this conversation about whiteness meaning capitalism. If you don't know how to explain it, then the point is lost. Okay? This is not just me being a hard ass. This is something that everyone, if you care about being part of the solution to this problem, you need to learn how to explain this concept. And this is not about repeating back the talking points that you like. This is about listening to the questions that are being asked and answering the questions that are being asked. What you guys are doing is you guys got asked, why is it about white people then? And the answer that you guys gave was, whiteness means capitalism. Whiteness does mean capitalism. However, that is not the answer to the question that was being asked. And so if you're not answering the question that was being asked, and you're just throwing a talking point out there because you've heard me say it a million times, that doesn't accomplish anything. You have to listen to the question that's being asked. One of the problems that just happened was everyone in the chat was saying whiteness means capitalism, and I was saying that's not the correct answer. I need you to explain why whiteness means capitalism, and there was a complete and total fucking failure for why whiteness means capitalism. Now, Reagan is starting to get on the right track. The owners of slaves were defined as white, and the private property that they owned was termed black. This is why yes, essentially yes. However, you sound like Kamala. You You just got banned, asshole. You just got permanently banned. Goodbye. Go away. That's not a serious person. That's not a person I can help. The reason why it sounds like they are targeting white people is that what the left believes is that white people were created when slaves were brought to the United States. Prior to slaves being brought to the United States, and this is why, this is about the United States specifically, this is why that, and like every time that asshole said, this is in other countries too, that doesn't fucking matter. Because the left believes that white people were created when slaves got brought to the United States. The slaves, the non-European, were dubbed black. They also believe black people were created, by the way, at the same time. White and black are social constructs. White people were created because prior to being called white, they were called by their ethnicity, usually European ethnicity, sometimes Jewish. We're not going to talk about that, but the Jews assimilated to whiteness in this regard, so we're going to dub them as white. Prior to white people bringing slaves to the United States, they were known as English or Irish or French or Spanish or Jewish. When they came to the United States, that's when whiteness was created. The reason whiteness was created was to distinguish the property owners who were white from the black slaves who were brought as private property. Black was also created because before that, they were known by their country or tribe of origin or whatever the fuck. So white and black people did not exist until slavery was brought to the United States. The reason they created the social constructs of white and black, which they do not believe is a biological reality, is because white people owned the power structure, white people owned the private property, black people were owned as private property. Creating the two distinct categories was a way to make sure that white people stayed at the top of the racial hierarchy and black people, the private property, stayed at the bottom of the racial hierarchy. It is this hierarchy that created systemic racism today. That the so-called white people were on top, the so-called black people were on the bottom. It is not about the skin color that they're referring to. It is about who owns private property and who is the owned private property. Does everyone understand that? Whiteness is not about skin color. It is about the person at the top of the hierarchy. Black is not about skin color. It is about the person at the bottom of the hierarchy. The hierarchy is systemic racism. Capitalism created the hierarchy. Capitalism created systemic racism. The only way to get rid of racism is to get rid of the hierarchy. The only way to get rid of the hierarchy is to abolish capitalism. Does everyone understand? Does everyone understand? I need you to tell me yes if you understand, please. And hey, thanks for all the super chat, guys. We're now up to $86. That was a very productive little moment. This definition has been covered like 8,000 times on my Substack. I have streams about this. It's in my book. It's in the Socialist Dictionary. I have covered this so many times. This is part of why we're doing this little exercise, and people owe me money for not knowing this, because I've literally talked about this ad nauseum. It feels like forever. That's why it's never about skin color, guys. It's about who owns the property and who is the owned. Who's at the top of the hierarchy, who's at the bottom of the hierarchy. Who has the power, who is oppressed. Who is the bourgeois, who is the proletariat. That's why whiteness means capitalism. If you have questions, ask them now. If you ask questions later, I'm going to be pissed off. The panel isn't all white. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? He's not white. His name is Aziz. He's literally not white. What are you talking about? The main person on the panel isn't white. Did we also export this idea after the fact? I mean, well, this is a very American idea. Or do socialist comrades... that's actually a really good question. The answer is I don't know. Honestly, I concentrate on America almost exclusively. I don't know if they believe that systemic racism exists in countries that didn't have slavery. If the country had slavery, I bet they probably do have something like that, but I don't know the answer to that. So I appreciate the question. I wish I had a better answer. Some extra because I even had a cheat sheet and still couldn't answer. See, this is going to be... You guys are going to learn more now that I'm charging you every time you don't get the answer right. You guys are going to be taking better notes. You're going to be like, oh shit, I'm going to have to pay Carlin money if I don't know the answer. Shit. I thought I was going to a free class, and it turns out I owe her money if I get shit wrong. Hey, I appreciate it though, guys. Thank you for abiding by the honor system. All right, is everyone ready to keep going? We only have another hour left.
Information of those textual words, frankly, because of other elements of the Constitution that still maintain the infrastructure of white authoritarianism, into a dead letter. So the black experience was one of bondage to freedom, back again to bondage, in a way that left a profound ambiguity about the value of any kind of national attachment within black life. And for those that were part of laboring and reformist politics, the growing realities of industrial conflict meant that the Constitution seemed to be an infrastructure.
Listen, the good news is I'm still working on my book. It's going to have a quick reference guide and a dictionary. And so once you guys have access to my book that I'm going to be hopefully coming up before the end of the year, but once you guys have access to my book, you're going to be able to flip through and find the answer rather easily. So I'm actually writing a book specifically for moments like this. So eventually you're going to be able to get rid of your... Maybe I'll even put note pages in the book so you guys can take notes on things. That might actually not be the worst idea in the world.
For socioeconomic elites, what Charles Edward Russell, one of the founders of the NAACP and also an early American socialist, called the invisible government that fractured the capacity of poor and working people to use the vote, while allowed all of those proliferating veto points to ensure that corporate interests dominated. And for this reason, it was not...
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Kevin, explain to us why whiteness means capitalism, please. You just leave and ignore the lesson? Kevin, please explain to us why whiteness means capitalism. You're not being put on the spot, bro. You want to do that? Please explain to us why whiteness means capitalism. What's your answer? You left for the lesson part of it because you didn't deem it important. Please let us know what the answer is. We're waiting for you. Maybe not the best idea to be a smartass, is it? Maybe not the best idea to be a smartass. We're waiting for your answer. Why does whiteness mean capitalism? We're going to expect you to have a really good answer, Kevin, because you left when we were all talking about this. So we're waiting for your answer. The entire stream is stopped waiting for your answer. Yeah, it's like Sam's saying, I can't imagine the type of shit I would get in if my professor was giving a lecture because the class did something stupid and then walked out and came back in and said, I left while you were bitching and complaining and now I'm back. Can you imagine doing that in the real world? Nope, wrong. It did not arise during slavery. Do you want to try again? It did not arise during slavery. Do you want to try again? Had you not left the room and then been a smartass, perhaps you would have listened to the very specific and clear explanation that I just gave. It did not arise during slavery. Try again. We're just sitting here waiting. We're waiting for Kevin because Kevin decided to take a little break when we were talking about this, and then he came back in and bragged about the fact that he took a break while I was quote-unquote bitching. It wasn't that I was teaching people something they needed to know. It was that I was bitching. No, you didn't put the answer in the chat. You put the wrong answer in the chat. We're going to wait for you to put the right answer in the chat. Try again. Perhaps if you hadn't dismissed the lesson that was being taught and then come back in the chat to complain, to show off that you dismissed the lesson being taught, perhaps we wouldn't be doing this right now. But such as it is. Your answer was incorrect. Whiteness and blackness did not arise during slavery, which you would know had you not left when the lesson was being taught and then come back to brag about the fact that you left while I was bitching. We're waiting, Kevin. Hey, Kevin, if you don't put a right answer in, I'm going to ban you for the rest of the stream. Okay, bye. Bye, Kevin. And Kevin, you're lucky I'm not permanently banning you. I'm banning you for 24 hours. You're lucky I'm not permanently banning you for that little stunt. Goodbye.
Not a surprise that the people that rallied around the Constitution at the time of that centennial were business elites in places like Philadelphia. They convinced the president to show up. They had various kinds of military and nationalistic parades. And it was because for business, the Constitution, in particular the courts, but the entire infrastructure of government was an effective system of minority rule that checked mass democratic power. It's why throughout the first 3 to 4 decades of the 20th century, socialist traditions understood that transformations to the economy, moving past capitalism to a system actually predicated on democratic controls over economic power, could not be achieved. Material demands could not be achieved without transformations to the legal and political system. The rules of that legal and political system created a process that placed a massive thumb on the scales in favor of economic power, oligarchic power, plutocratic power, which was the language of the time, in a way that made it impossible or near impossible to achieve the tangible ends that those in society wanted. And that you could not separate the material from the seemingly technical or procedural. It's why socialists, you can see this in the 1912 platform, at the height of Debs' support and the party's power, included a host of constitutional transformative goals that were aimed around shifting not just a particular institution, not just changing the court, but an entire design vision, a way of conceiving of how constitutions operate, essentially collapsing a divide between a higher fundamental law that stood above ordinary political process and making it much more like the ordinary democratic forms of legislation that could be negotiated and renegotiated in keeping with popular needs. And so they wanted to push the country towards something that looked like parliamentarism through proportional representation, through an abolition of the Senate, through basic reforms to the court, through a simplification of the amendment process, ideally eventually through a convention. And they saw these demands as directly tied to economic demands and as also as grounded in intermediate institutions that were the home for working class politics, in particular unions, parties, churches. All of these were supposed to be sites for the organic development of a left imagination and culture. There's a wonderful historian of American populism in the late 19th century named Lawrence Goodwin that talks about how for populists in the late 19th century, and you can say this about socialists in the early 20th century too, the goal was to move society from one marked by...
Thank you. I appreciated Joe Marks. I like that. Thank you, Joe Marks. I appreciate it. Guys, we have met our Super Chat goal. How great is that? We are $10 above the Super Chat goal. Now, I want everyone to feel free to keep sending me money. You can keep sending me money. I'm going on a road trip in a week. I need all the funding I can get, but I do appreciate it. Thank you.
A received culture to one marked by a movement.
Hang on,
culture.
we got a question over on Rumble. I apologize, Groiper. I didn't see your question before. Over on Rumble, Groiper73 asks, what about black slave owners that own property? Are they considered to be white because they own... Well, okay. So first of all, again, I have to remind you, and I think you're relatively new, and I think you may have come in the middle of that epic shit show, so I'm doing a preface for a reason. You have to remember that when they're talking about whiteness, they're only referring to the United States. So, I don't know, were there black slave owners in the United States? I'm not sure there were, but if there were, then yes, they would have been considered white. This is why Larry Elder is considered to be the black face of white supremacy, according to the Los Angeles Times. This is why Jay-Z is considered to be a white supremacist. This is why Kanye West is considered to be a white supremacist. This is why the NPR and the Washington Post had articles calling it multiracial whiteness. This is why Kimberly Crenshaw, in the videos we watched quite a bit, but I had them on my Substack, not Kimberly Crenshaw, sorry, Cheryl Harris. Cheryl Harris, who is the author of the paper Whiteness is Property, says that whiteness is available to anyone of any skin color, including black people, because whiteness is a reference to private property ownership. So yes, if there were black slave owners in the United States, they would have been considered white under this ideology, and they explicitly call them that. And if you don't believe me, so there's a new leader of the Conservative Party in the UK, Cami something, I forget her name, but she's very black woman. There have been these posts all over Twitter. I posted a few of them on my timeline, calling Kemi, the new conservative leader in the UK, the black face of white supremacy. Because she's now the lead, Badenoch. I don't know how to say this. I don't know how to say that, but I know her first name is Kemi. But they've been calling her the black face of white supremacy because she just got elected to lead the Conservative Party. So yes, black people are considered to be white under this ideology.
So
Good
that
question, thank you.
In the everyday experience of neighborhoods, workplaces, schools, parties, churches again, that it was just organically natural for the forms of solidarity, attachment, and cross-racial working class identity to just emerge as part.
Okay, so people are telling me there were free black men that owned slaves. Okay, so yes, they would be considered white. Then they would be considered white.
Part of political life. And that had to be understood as operating on the same plane as changes both to economy and changes to statecraft. And for black socialists, from people like W.E.B. Du Bois to Harry Haywood, who is a central figure within black communist politics, all of that also went hand in hand with a particular critique of the state, what I started with, that we're seeing today 100 years later. What Haywood and Du Bois argued was that for African Americans across the country, but in particular the South, the problem continued to be, even after Reconstruction, the formal end of slavery, that a white planter elite controlled the economic power, and in particular controlled.
What do you think? What do you think? Answer your own question. The reason I'm putting Green-Eyed Lady on the spot is Green-Eyed Lady is another person that likes to come in my chat and ask the same question over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, expecting to get different answers. So Green-Eyed Lady, answer your own question in the chat, please. We'll be waiting. Dragon Balls, thank you for the super chat. I'm in and out of sleep, but here's some vacay money. Use it unwisely. I will definitely use it unwisely, Dragon Balls. Thank you. Everything is fake and gay. I hate the election. Love you, Carlin. Love you, Dragon Balls. Appreciate you. Back to sleep. Hey, have a good one, bro. I do appreciate it. Green-Eyed Lady, we are waiting for your answer to your own question in the chat. Am I right? Am I right then in taking that to mean that we did export the definition of Marxist outside to... No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all. Marx was not American. Marx was English or German or something. He was European. It's European, I think. I don't know. I'm German, right? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck ethnicity Marx was, but I know Marx wasn't an American. So it started outside the U.S. But what you asked earlier was about systemic racism, which is not the same thing. That's not the answer to the question. No. No, incorrect, Green-Eyed Lady. You want to try again? Guys, I think the new rule is going to be this. The new rule is that if you come into my chat and you ask me the same question over and over and over and over and over again, you're going to be charged with answering your own fucking question. And if you don't know the answer to it, then you're going to get put in a timeout for 24 hours and you're going to be relegated to sitting and listening. Green-Eyed Lady, you got one more try. That's not the correct answer. Try again. Wasting so much time on people asking questions that they've already asked me 1,000,000 times before. I don't know why we're wasting so much time tonight. But if people don't like wasting time, they shouldn't ask me the same question over and over and over and over and over again. Green-Eyed Lady, I'm giving you 30 seconds. We're waiting for the answer to your question. German, thank you. I thought Marx was German. I said English because I was imagining that Karl Marx statue in London, and I was like, no, that's not right. That can't be right. I got there, though. Yep. You are never going to get a different answer from me just because you ask the same question over and over and over again. Correct. You haven't been listening. And that's exactly the point. So now, Green-Eyed Lady, you're going in a 24-hour timeout. So you're not going to have any choice but to listen.
Controlled the land. And that you could not have any...
Thank you, average person. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Meaningful transformations to who in fact enjoyed sovereign economic power, control over that land, unless you change the political system. Because the structure of the states ensured effectively that a white authoritarianism organized through Jim Crow not only controlled the state level, but all of the levels throughout government. And so Haywood argued, Du Bois did as well, for a breaking up of the states. So Haywood talked about the Black Belt, that range of territory that went from eastern Virginia to eastern Texas. And he said that these administrative units had to be reconstructed so that they could actually house democratic majorities of poor white and black people. such that at the local level, you had control over economic conditions, and that tied into a national politics that was responsive to democratic ends. And that for Du Bois, the states were a kind of quote-unquote national taboo that you could not discuss, that had become almost definitionally presumed to be what counted as local democracy. When in truth...
Yo, welcome! Welcome to a new person, Rid? Is that how we're saying that? Welcome, Rid. Sit back, relax, kick up your feet, grab a beer or two. We're watching some socialism tonight. And if you have questions, please make sure you ask them. We appreciate it.
The state was a unit that had nothing to do with local democracy, but was instead an in-between space that both compromised the capacity of national power to exercise effective controls at the local level, and then compromised the capacity of local people to engage in meaningful transformations to how the political system, generally the economic system, could operate. And so both strands of socialism, labor socialism and black socialism, which were deeply interconnected, were coming up with a comprehensive theory of alternative constitutional design that impacted every element of state and economy. But it's a theory of constitutional design that was effectively foreclosed by transformations in American politics over the course of the 20th century. And here I just want to go through this quite briefly before turning to political payoff. So what happened instead? The big thing that happened is that at the end of that 19th century, the story of how Americans had been socially cohered was around settlement and conquest. And you had a range of American elites. And here I should say this included various kinds of labor elites like Samuel Gompers and the AFL, who said that, well, one of the basic ways of reconstituting Euro-American solidarity is by accessing markets abroad through economic expansionism and turning to the global stage. And then you also had straightforward imperialists like Teddy Roosevelt that said, well, the project of war and territorial expansion can create the kind of social cohesion that had previously operated domestically. But there was a big difference in the first two-thirds of the 20th century by comparison with earlier periods, which is the global system was changing. The global system had been organized through structures of European empire. And between two world wars and rising non-white political assertiveness, decolonization was essentially on the global stage. That the collapse of the European system...
The rising of non-white political assertiveness. Non-white means proletarian. Decolonization was on the stage. That means taking the land back from the capitalist oppressors and liberating it from capitalism and returning it to the non-white indigenous people. Does everyone understand that?
The rise of anti-colonial forces meant that the U.S. was turning to a project of global power, initially following the Spanish-Cuban-American War in places like the Philippines, at just the moment when arguments about permanent racial domination were no longer acceptable. And indeed, if you just take a step back, one of the things that's striking and consistent about the American story, by comparison with stories in other European countries like France or England,
exactly,
is that over the course of the 20th century, all of these locations go from telling stories of nation that are ethno-racially defined to telling stories of nation that are civically liberal, that are framed around the equality of rights-bearing subjects regardless of their racial identity. And in this way, the U.S. is no different. But the difference is that Americans come to tell their version of the story through the text because the role that the text plays in justifying how American power will be understood as different from these other forms of European imperial authority. So starting in the Philippines, but then in World War I, then in World War II, and especially in the Cold War, what American officials have to struggle with is, why should the U.S. enjoy dominant global power, access to markets, a system in which its dollar hegemony allows for various kinds of extractive benefits, in a world that's supposed to be formally equal across nations regardless of race? And American officials say that the reason why the US should play this role is because the US is fundamentally different than the European empires. It's not organized around a principle of extraction. Instead, and you start seeing this at the end of the 19th, early 20th century among Republican officials, again in places like the Philippines, in Puerto Rico, in Haiti and the Dominican Republic, that those officials reclaim an anti-slavery language of the creed, a language that in the telling of somebody like Frederick Douglass is a revolutionary language of racial transformation. But they reclaim that language as a way of saying what the US stands for is constitutional democracy, is the spread of a system of self-government everywhere. It's not economic extraction. And so American interests are coterminous, are effectively the same as the world's interests. And for this reason, it has a right to engage in various forms of global power. And that argument spreads piece by piece over the first half of the 20th century, and it spreads in tandem with moments of mass veneration of this newly kind of reformed vision of constitutional meaning. The very first mass celebrations of the Constitution around a Constitution Day. So this is the signing, the drafters signing of their document in September 17th, 1787, is in 1917 during World War I, where supporters of the US's war effort understand their actions as closely wedded to defending the Constitution, and they transform the Constitution into a positive principle for a new and far more aggressive national security state, while at the same time buttressing a document that faced really intense criticism through the language of war-making and American power. And you see this again in the lead up to World War II. The 30s had been a period of really intense conflict over whether or not the constitutional system could address the problems of the Great Depression. And by the end of the 30s, because of the fact that the Supreme Court essentially capitulated in the face of New Deal policy, there was a kind of détente around the Constitution. The sense that, okay, maybe you can graft an administrative state, a strong president, onto the Constitution in a way that avoids having to thoroughly rewrite the text, but there was profound uncertainties about the nature of the system. This starts to shift in the lead up to World War II, when the Bill of Rights, really for the first time, gets discovered, or we can think of it as rediscovered. That between 39 and 41, this is the 150th anniversary of the ratification of the Bill of Rights on December 15th, 1941. And there's again an effort to engage in mass celebrations that are both top-down, but are also coming from various constituencies that are connected to FDR. And FDR's argument about the Bill of Rights is that it is a human rights charter that's a civil libertarian document that is fundamentally inconsistent with the forms of totalitarian rule that you see in places like Nazi Germany. This is an interesting argument because in American history, in point of fact, those first 10 amendments were largely understood at the time of their ratification as a condition of getting the Constitution ratified and as federalist guarantees, protections of the state from some kind of centralized or national government. But in the late 30s, early 1940s, they become transformed into a, broadly speaking, individual rights charter. And they also end up transforming the meaning of the framers themselves. So Madison was a central author of the Bill of Rights. And referring to Madison as the author of this human rights charter allowed various New Deal supporters to start to reconsider Madison himself. So Madison was now framed by some as a kind of almost proto-abolitionist. The fact that he wrote these bits of text mean that even though...
Hang on. Griper73 over on Rumble says, complainers suck in my opinion. Dude should just get the fuck out and go live in a non-capitalist country. Okay, I understand the sentiment. But what people need to understand is that's not going to happen. Because these are hardcore committed revolutionary socialists. And they believe that in order to get the socialist society that they want, the United States needs to fall to socialism. So it is an absolutely fruitless effort to say, why don't you just go live in Venezuela? Why don't you go live in Cuba? Why don't you go live in China? They don't believe that China is socialist, by the way. But like, so they wouldn't go live there. But you can't say to them, because it's not going to mean anything to them. They're going to say, no, I want the United States to be socialist because I believe that if we get the United States to be socialist, then all countries will fall to socialism. And they believe that they need all the countries to fall to socialism and create a global socialist society in order for socialism to work. They believe that Stalin, when he isolated Russia, fucked everything up. Because when Stalin didn't pursue like turning all the other countries socialist, he essentially isolated Russia off, and that meant that socialism wasn't going to work. That's why they believe that real socialism has never been tried. Because it's never been tried on a global system, and as long as a socialist country is surrounded by all the evil capitalist oppressor countries, it will never work. That's not real socialism. Real socialism is global socialism. Does everyone understand that? I'm explaining that not because we haven't heard this a million times, because everyone comes into the chat and debunks that all the time, but because I know that Groiper73 is relatively new, and I think that we do have some other relatively new people too. So that's why it is just not worth it to say, why don't you go live in Cuba? They don't want to live in Cuba. They want a world socialist society. They want the United States to be socialist. They want it to start the dominoes that are going to turn every other country socialist. That's why.
He was an enslaver. He set the country on a very particular kind of pathway. And then during the Cold War, there was a kind of central argument among political elites about why is it that the US was able to avoid the path of either the Soviet Union or Nazi Germany. And the argument became not just the language of the Bill of Rights, but the counter-majoritarian elements of the constitutional system, those elements that we're dealing with today as central weaknesses and flaws in our political process that allow somebody like Trump to lose the popular vote, end up as president, reconstitute the Supreme Court by being able to nominate and confirm 3 justices, where Democrats have only been able to nominate and confirm 5 since 1968. In fact, the last time there was a Democrat nominated and confirmed Chief Justice of the Supreme Court was 1946. So this is the structure of counter-majoritarianism. But during this Cold War period, that court, as well as this system, was then read as a kind of safeguard against the evils of populist power, mass democratic politics. And all of this occurred at moments when the defense of the Constitution, and this is key, went hand in hand with assertions of aggressive forms of coercive power. So World War I, while the National Security League, a kind of pro-war militarist group, is engaged in venerating the Constitution and the Constitution.
Yeah, we still have like 40 more minutes. Like there's a lot. I'm not doing a lot of commentary, guys, because he's not saying anything. And sometimes we just need to sit through this stuff because sometimes there'll be a golden nugget surrounded by just a lot of words that don't really matter, honestly, and that's kind of what we're sitting through right now. So hang in there.
Day, Wilson is engaged in mass crackdowns on anti-war dissent and protest, up to and including putting Eugene Debs in prison. During World War II, in places like California, the very same folks in California that are celebrating the Bill of Rights are also some of the same people that are pressing.
Well, yeah, we've talked about the fact that we actually do believe they try to bore us into not listening to them sometimes. So yeah, I really do think that, listen, this is the way academia is. Socialist is a language of academia. This is what academia is. I was in academia a long ass time. And so I don't know that it's like purposefully like they're trying to bore people into not listening, but sometimes it definitely feels like they're trying to bore people into not listening, you know?
For the internment of Japanese people. During the Cold War, Truman is lauding through things like the Freedom Train, where key documents of the American founding, including the Constitution, traveled the country as a way of emphasizing the U.S.'s civil libertarian commitments. Also engaged in a second Red Scare marked by mass suppression of political opposition and any kind of dissent. And so the language of constitutionalism ends up operating effectively on both sides of the ledger. It's a culture that can promote constraints on the worst excesses of state power, but it's also a permanent source of justification precisely by saying that the constitutional state has to be protected at all costs, for the assertion of an expanding, oftentimes presidentially organized brand of coercive and discretionary power. And we certainly see this in the international system, in the ways in which the U.S. engages throughout the Cold War and then after the Cold War in aggressive forms of intervention, oftentimes tied to constitutional consultants that, as in the Second Gulf War and the Iraq War, after the country has been thoroughly smashed, come in and write documents that bear almost no relation to the underlying conditions of that society. So where does that leave us? And this is where I'm going to end with some political reflections on the present. The constitutional culture that emerged and was essentially entrenched over the course of the 20th century has this quality of both, I think, really transforming the nature of American life in ways that I think are worth defending and recognizing. So the rise of a story of the creed shifts how even Euro-American insiders come to understand the nature of the country. It provides the foundation for some of the great civil rights achievements. It's why during that heady period when Obama was elected, it seemed conceivable to talk of the country as post-racial in a way that now might feel laughable, but there was a moment.
What did we learn earlier this week about Obama being elected and that being the start of the post-racial society? People doubted me. What did he just say? When Obama was elected, we thought we entered a post-racial society. Now, he may be saying, that was a stupid idea, but he's saying that, 16 years later? So it doesn't really matter if they believe that they actually did looking back now. What matters is that back then, they absolutely believed that the election of Barack Obama meant the entry into the post-racial society, and the entry into the post-racial society meant that they shifted their strategy from gaining power over the system to destabilizing the system in order to attack capitalism, in order to overthrow it. Does everyone understand that? Well, what did I just say? Repeat back to me what I just said. He said it was laughable when, Foggy City Dave. Did he say it was laughable back in 2008, or did he say it was laughable in 2024? Which one is it? What he said was... No. Foggy City Dave, explain to me what I just said, because it seems like you were chatting and not listening. Pay up. Thank you. Carlin was right. Foggy City Dave, explain to me what I just said. Did he say it was laughable in 2008, or did he say it was laughable in 2024? He said it seemed laughable now. That doesn't mean it was laughable then. Just because they're like, oh, maybe we were wrong about that. That doesn't mean anything. Because it doesn't change that they shifted their entire focus back then based on that assertion that we had just entered a post-racial society. They may have regrets about that. No, that's not what was said. No. This presentation is not after 2017. This presentation was a couple of months ago. Try again. You guys are going to be like beaten into listening in my chat. He said it was laughable in then where the fuck did 2017 come from? Barack Obama was elected in 2008. I remember Stephen Colbert asking Obama, is racism over, when he came on his show in 2009. Yep. Let's listen again.
During that heady period when Obama was elected, it seemed conceivable to talk of the country as post-racial in a way that now might feel laughable, but there was a moment where folks...
when he was elected in 2008, they considered it to be the move into a post-racial society. What he's saying is, well, it seems silly to look back now. Well, that's not exactly true. Okay, you mistyped. I was like, where the fuck did 2017 come from? That makes no sense at all.
Sort of consciously making those types of arguments. But at the same time, it's also been the case that precisely the institutions of our legal political order and the way in which it constrains more transformative forms of change, as well as the narratives about national innocence and exceptionalism that have been built around those institutions, make it very difficult to deal with structural hierarchies that have persisted. So the country could be living during the Obama years in both a period of post-racial America and also in what others were calling the new Jim Crow, marked by mass and hyper forms of incarceration that ended up producing some of the most sustained.
The new Jim Crow was a creation of systemic racism. Because after Barack Obama got elected president and we entered a post-racial society, that is when the definition of racism changed from individual bias based on skin color to systemic racism based on the oppressive system of capitalism, creating racial disparities that disproportionately impacted certain groups. Does everyone understand? When he's talking about the new Jim Crow, he's talking about systemic racism, because that's when they first started doubling down on that transition from individualized racism based on individual bias to looking at racism as a system of oppression. Systemic racism is the system that upholds racism. The system is capitalism. That's what created the systemic oppression. Does everyone understand?
Protests that we have seen in American history, from those rolling protests from 2014 through the murder of George Floyd. And that connection between the two is precisely a function of how...
Was the transition a deliberate pivot? I mean, as deliberate as it could be, I suppose. I mean, it was deliberate that they said we were entering a post-racial society. It was deliberate that we saw mentions of systemic racism skyrocket in publications all over the country. It was deliberate that equity departments started appearing in school districts all over the country, pushing this idea of systemic racism. It was deliberate that the characteristics of a white supremacist society, which is a document that was written around this time, was talking about the systems that uphold capitalism. Like all of this stuff happened around the same period of time, and that time was 2009, 2010, after Barack Obama got elected president. So was it deliberate, or was it a coincidence that all this stuff happened at the same time? I mean, I don't think they got together in the form of a big committee meeting or anything, but they were certainly coordinating with each other. They coordinate with each other in the form of conferences, in the form of books, in the form of classes that they teach, in the form of organizing. So it's not like they weren't coordinating, but was there some sort of like New World Order socialist committee that said, now we will do this? No, that wasn't how it worked, but they were all moving in the same general direction. It was a deliberate coincidence. It was a deliberate act, but it was also kind of like, it's like when you have a trend. It's like any trend. It's like all of a sudden, orange is the new black. It's all of a sudden, 90s jeans are back again, which I'm actually pretty excited about. I like 90s jeans, but okay, but they're back again. It's like, is it a coincidence that all the stores are selling the same type of jeans? Is it a coincidence that a certain color is in style? Is it a coincidence that a certain hairstyle is in style? Is it a coincidence that a certain music type is in style? I mean, it's like, it's a trend, you know? Thank you for the Rumble rant, Josh. Thank you for the Rumble rant. I don't know how to pronounce you. Am I banned on your YouTube? I subscribed but couldn't comment. I don't know. I can't look into that right now, but I will look into it. Josh, I'm just going to call you Josh. I don't know the answer to that. I don't recognize your name, so I don't know why you would be banned on my YouTube. But I don't know, bro. I'll look into it. Thank you for the $1, though.
The changes that did transform the country took place on grounds that left unreconstructed structural features of American hierarchy. And it's that same disconnect that's playing out again in the context of American imperial power. So that the era that we can both think of as the high tide of constitutional veneration, from the Cold War period through the bicentennial of the Constitution, 87, through American self-congratulation with the defeat of the Soviet Union, is also the period that scholars refer to as the era of the American imperial presidency.
Yeah, I mean, addressing socialist and leftist hypocrisy and the double standards of an abrasive and heavy, hand-wavy manner has always been Kirk and company's biggest deficiency. I mean, listen. You got to remember what the goal of like people like Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA is. And it's not to solve the problem. The goal of people like Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA and people of that ilk, their goal is never to solve the problem. Their goal is to raise money. Their goal is to speak to their base. Their goal is to get an outlandish clip on the internet that goes viral on the internet, and that's how they make their money. Their goal is to be able to send that clip out in a fundraising email saying, "We own the libs," because that's really how they make money. They own the libs, and then their base goes, "Yeah, we own the libs. We're winning. We're winning." And they all convince themselves that this is solving the problem when in fact it's really not doing much of anything except making the base think the problem is being solved when it's not being solved. I'm going to be really interested to see what youth voter turnout is like in 2024. That's one of the biggest questions I have about this election. What is youth voter turnout going to be like on the conservative right? Because Turning Point USA raises $40 million a year. Last time I looked, maybe it's more now. And their only job, literally their only job, is to get the youth vote out. That's it. That is their job. In 2022, Turning Point USA failed spectacularly in youth voter turnout. The left dominated youth voter turnout. And do you know why that is? Because the left was registering voters on college campuses for months and months and months leading up to the 2022 midterms. Turning Point USA was throwing big fuck-off parties for their members using that $40 million, getting great video of all the influencers all dolled up, looking really nice. Video they put out everywhere saying, "Guys, we're winning! We're winning!" They didn't actually register youth vote, though. They didn't turn out younger voters on college campuses. They didn't do get out the vote drives. They didn't do any of this. Now, what I will say is they have partnered with Scott Presler on some things, and I know not everyone likes Scott Presler, but what I will give Scott Presler is Scott Presler does the work. He really does. And you cannot like that he's gay, and you cannot like his past, and that's fine. Like, whatever. I'm not going to argue with you about that point. I don't really care, though. What I care is that Scott Presler, and I've known Scott Presler for almost 5 years now. Scott Presler works himself sick. Scott Presler goes out there every single day, and the guy literally works himself so sick he ends up in the hospital. Scott Presler ended up in the hospital in 2022 because of how much he was working. And I think he's almost there again. And so you cannot like that he's gay, that's fine, but like, he really is one of the solid people that shows up and does things that no one else wants to do. And so I do think that it's good that Turning Point at least partnered with him, but I want to see the results of it. And if the only thing they're doing is Scott Presler in one state, and that state is Pennsylvania, I mean, that's a coup for Scott Presler, honestly. Like, if the right wins Pennsylvania, it will be because of Scott Presler. But Turning Point USA's job is to turn out youth vote on a national basis. And so I want to see what the youth voter numbers are. I guess we'll see. I'm married and I'm not Catholic, and Nick needs, and I'm not young and I'm not hot and I'm not any of those things. I'm not Italian. Nick needs a good, hot, young Italian Catholic virgin. I'm definitely not a virgin, I'll tell you that. Like, so Nick needs a good, hot, young Italian Catholic virgin. He needs a marrying courtship of some sort. So go set Nick up with a young, hot Italian Catholic virgin. You don't need to worry about me. I'm already married, bro. My 13-year anniversary is on Tuesday. We're going out to a nice fancy dinner before the election coverage starts. So don't worry about me. Go set Nick up with someone his own age.
Which American global authority seems discretionary and unconstrained by any of the rules, indeed the rules that it itself had established for shaping a post-war order. And in fact, I think it's another way of viewing what we're seeing ongoing in the politics of Israel-Palestine and the ways in which the U.S. is a participant in near discretionary and limitless forms of violence that have all of these reverberating effects on what forms of dissent are allowable even here at home. And that leads to a final thought, which is, in a way, the saying that socialists had 100 years ago. It highlights how the story of the Constitution is not exclusively a story of technical proceduralist changes that should be supervised by judges. In fact, the fact that lawyers, and I'm a lawyer, I teach constitutional law, the fact that lawyers and constitutional lawyers in particular have come to own the Constitution is a product of Cold War transformations that should be resisted. 100 years ago, the dominant scholars that studied the Constitution were people like Charles Beard, historians, political scientists that were thinking about it as a comprehensive system, that were looking at the social forces outside the text that end up giving life for good and for bad to the nature of the document.
Hey, thank you very much, Lisa. Everyone, welcome Lisa to the channel. As a reminder, guys, I do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m., though not next week because I'm taking a road trip. But most days you can find me streaming about socialism, except when I'm taking a little vacation, all right? So forgive me, Lisa. I do have a vacation coming up, but we're glad that you're here, and we're glad that you're learning about socialism with us, and we do try to make it fun and interesting. Also, we have alcohol. I strongly encourage, if you drink. If you don't drink, that's fine. It's admirable not to drink, but if you do drink, makes it
that we're
easier.
thinking about theories of reform that were comprehensive for a world that Americans wanted to inhabit, that did not, as what became commonplace by the end of the 20th century, simply hand over our entire reform vision to a narrow range of judges who had drunk deeply from a well of American exceptionalism and whose ideas of what counted as reforms when it came to issues of race, of economy, of foreign policy, were effectively
Joseph.
to double down, to go back again to a hollowed set of Cold War tenets that did not serve the country well in the mid-20th century and does not serve the country well now. And so that requires, in our own moment, to again conceive of constitutional change as fundamentally interwoven with a set of material demands that give life and meaning to our politics. And to recognize that change to the Constitution is not just about a specific reform, let's say, to the Senate that seems in a way foreclosed. This is one of the many binds of the book because of the fact that the very system makes it hard to get those changes. It's to understand those reforms as wedded to the expansion of mass movement power, to the rebuilding of the intermediate institutions that can make organic and real a kind of movement culture that would then be able to exercise power through transformative, cross-racial, working-class majorities that understand shifts to our legal political system as shifts to the rules that then make it possible to fulfill the kinds of broadly speaking ends that all of us understand as the heart of the political world that we want and the condition.
Oh, by the way, to the guy on Rumble who asked if he got blocked on my YouTube, I apologize. Nick put a helpful tip in the chat, and I didn't mention it at the time, but I tried to so Nick said he had the same issue of not being able to chat in yesterday, and all he had to do was reboot and reload. Sometimes YouTube is buggy, so maybe that's just what's going on with you not being able to chat. I apologize, though.
Of equal and effective freedom for all. So thank you.
All right, Q&A, discussion.
I'd like to reiterate that we're located on the ancestral and ceded lands of the Duwamish peoples and in the greater Seattle area.
Land blessing, pop quiz for the chat. What is the point of a land blessing? We are seated on the ancestral lands of the Duwamish, Iroquois, Yab Shamalama Ding Dong people. What is the point of a land blessing? Why do we do land blessings? We are located on the sacred land that was stolen from the indigenous people. To acknowledge the stolen ground. Okay, give me more. It's thanking the people whose land was stolen before it was privatized. Yup, it's mourning. It is mourning the colonization of the land. Any other answers? It's reminding us that it's all collective land. No, it is very specifically, so you're going to learn a lot here. It's very, very specific. The reason people do land blessings is because in the United States, they believe our entire system, our entire way of life was founded on the stealing of indigenous land. They talked about it earlier. Mourn the indigenous people and a spiritual middle finger to yeah, it is absolutely a middle finger to capitalism. A land blessing is a ritual to mourn the theft of indigenous land to colonization or colonialism by acknowledging the original caretakers of the land. To reinforce the idea that capitalism violated indigenous land, to decolonize the land and acknowledge the colonization of the land in solidarity with anti-capitalism. Yup. They don't always do their... I have sat through 1.5 hour long land blessing. It was like the longest land blessing of all time. Most land blessings are really short. Lisa, that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all.
Numerous Coast Salish peoples, and that ramifies in relation to the material in Aziz Rana's book. And I would like to also thank Team Red May and, of course, Philip and Sean Landis. So I was mildly intimidated in the present company, so I wrote a couple of things down. Sure. Okay. So I read Constitutional Bind, How Americans Came to Idolize a Document That Fails Them as a located, so here already presentism is a cloud hanging over us, as a located retort to originalism and recent debates about the limits of the Supreme Court. Hang on.
Lisa, we want to keep you around watching socialism with us, okay? We do. You're brand new. What you need to understand is socialists have completely different values than you do. They have a completely different worldview than you do. And it's not just because they don't forget history. They have a completely different understanding of the world. Our goal here is not to own the libs. It's not to debunk them. It's not to do any of those things. Our goal here is to listen to them and learn from them about how they view the world. Okay? So if you have questions about why they're doing something a certain way or about what it is, we will answer those questions. But you're brand new to socialism, and I promise you it's just going to go a whole lot better if you listen a lot and you ask questions. And that's how you're going to learn what this is. And trust us, it will become clear. It's going to make sense to you if you allow us to teach you, okay? But in order for us to teach you, we need you to sit back and listen for a while. Socialism means the abolition of capitalism. Capitalism is defined as private property ownership explicitly. Private property ownership means your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, no matter if that private business is big or small. Your parental rights are considered to be a form of private property. And what this presentation is about specifically is your individual liberties are considered to be a form of private property. It is about leveling the hierarchies in society that capitalism has created, because capitalism has created some people that have access to more private property than other people. Those people are the bourgeois, the people who don't have private property, or proletarian. This is oppressor versus oppressed. The goal of socialism is to create an entire society based on equity, which means leveling the hierarchy, which means everyone has access to all resources. When they're doing a land blessing, they are saying that capitalism stole the land from the indigenous people, the United States stole the land from the indigenous people, and privatized it under the oppressive force of capitalism. The land blessing is to mourn the theft of the land.
Come to a head all the more since the first era of
Yasmin, thank you.
former President Trump. More broadly, and given its immense generosity to a lay audience at the level of its prose, I took it to be an exhaustively researched social history of a recursive liberal question, which is, why can't we just all get along? Tragically posed by Rodney King in the press conference where he implored rioters to stop rioting in his name. Larded with polyvocal primary sources that contest both the Constitution and its contestation, Rana offers a reminder of destituent power and the many scenario whereby history could have gone otherwise any number of times, not least motivated by the counterpublic's and undercommons' claims to rights. The question of a representative left in the United States, from the DSA to the IWW, and its endeavor to balance race, class, and ethnicity, is reconstructed at a level of detail so nuanced as to make it vividly palpable in this, our present, and to suggest that every recent movement on US soil, from Occupy to Black Lives Matter, are the result of a liberal order kicking its contradictions down over 200 years to the next generation. So at its best, and I don't mean this lightly, constitutional bind is a tremendous feat of scholarship. So it's generosity to the laity, but also it's a tour de force of academic scholarship. A treasure trove at the level of the notes alone. Rana's labor illuminates the cobwebs in the musty corners of the crumbling edifice that is the house of the master, in this case the US hegemon and global citizenry modeled, despite all appearances, on the aristocrat slave-owning James Madison.
Do you guys remember the book by Audre Lorde? Is it the name of the book? What is it? The master's tools cannot destroy the master's house. Was that Audre Lorde? Am I making that up? We've heard this line several times. We watched presentations. The master's tools cannot destroy the master's house. Something like that. She just called the United States and the Constitution the master's house. Did everyone catch that? The master's house is the United States. Hang on, let me just chat. Who said this? I'm going to chat GPT this real quick. Who said the master's tools cannot destroy the master's house? And what does that mean? Yeah, it was Audre Lorde. The phrase, the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house, was coined by Audre Lorde, a black feminist writer, poet, and activist, in her 1984 speech, The Master's Tools Will Never Dismantle the Master's House. She argued that using the same systems, structures, and methods and powers that uphold oppression cannot fundamentally change or overthrow an oppressive system. Follow-up. Was she referring to capitalism? Her speech applied critiques of the capitalist system. Yes. Yeah. Yup. Uh-huh. Again.
trove at the level of the notes alone. Rana's labor illuminates the cobwebs in the musty corners of the crumbling edifice that is the house of the master, in this case the U.S. hegemon and global citizenry modeled, despite all appearances, on the aristocrat slave-owning James Madison, the possessive individualist par excellence, by which I mean a normative identity forged on property, such that...
What does it mean, a normative identity forged on property? What does that mean? A normative identity forged on property. Lisa, I'm going to come back to your question in a second. What does it mean, a normative identity forged on property? Capitalism. Capitalism is the normative identity forged on property. Guys, don't ever say whiteness, say capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism. So just say capitalism. It's capitalism. It's capitalism. Capitalism is the normative identity forged on property. Let's go back to Lisa's question. Lisa says, as far as the indigenous people go, one last question. You're welcome to ask as many questions as you like. How do they explain the poverty within the tribes and the reservation? They would say that capitalism has oppressed them capitalism has oppressed them to create disparate outcomes based on being oppressed under capitalism because they had their land stolen from them. And they don't care about the casinos. They don't care about the casinos. That doesn't matter to them. It really doesn't. None of that stuff matters to them. What matters to them is that indigenous people had their land stolen. They were relegated to reservations, and that's why they live in poverty, because capitalism oppressed them. That's what the left thinks. I'm not saying what I think. I'm saying what the left thinks. Yes, normative is code for capitalism. That's why queer liberation means the annihilation of capitalism. Not normative is not capitalist. Exactly.
Identity itself becomes a form of property, and my nod there is to McPherson's possessive individualism. Rana's work pokes holes into the history of the triumphant by reconstructing historical aporia, the braided contradictions that contradict a presentist notion of history. For example, that Frederick Douglass was tasked by Ulysses Grant in a commissioned inquiry to weigh in on the annexation of the Dominican Republic, to weigh in on the colonization of other peoples. Or Black scholars and statesmen such as W.E.B. Du Bois reflecting, sometimes with hesitation, sometimes not, on the autonomy of the Philippines, finally self-liberated in 1902. So there are over 700 pages. There are numerous painful histories and representations of non-dominant demographics set at one another's throats in an appeal to white hegemony. So that even
white means
in
capitalist.
A kind of a left liberal framework, many of these internecine stories are enormously painful and difficult to bring up, even in this, our era of the land acknowledgement. So just briefly, I wanted to go over one passage on page 203, quote, "A proposed Sequoia Constitution underscored the degree to which the indigenous drafters were willing to embrace an account of political incorporation premised on replicating within Native American society the U.S. Constitution's legal political order. The framers of the Sequoia Constitution not only accepted the legitimacy of American expansion, if organized through statehood for all, including for Native peoples, but also modeled their Constitution directly on the 1787 text." And then down a few sentences, the Sequoia Constitution, for instance, included a provision, for segregated schooling, so as to show respect for Jim Crow hierarchies and bind together whiteness and indigeneity. So there are many, many examples of this. So moving on in the interest of time, because I know that you'd like to open this to the audience.
Yeah, we want questions.
My main thought as
Q&A
a
is the best.
humanities scholar is that in terms of the
Bro, doesn't matter. Not relevant to what we're talking about right now. Really doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Not relevant.
larger logic and rhetoric of the argument, outside of its, I think, nascent or not so nascent debate with originalism in our present moment, and including its extreme generosity to a lay public. I can't emphasize this enough. There are moments where the book is kind of like a novel or a bodice ripper, and you're just racing through hundreds of pages. I think it would make a really great Christmas gift for all sorts of non-academics.
She just said,
in terms of the logic,
she just said that a book about why the Constitution needs to be abolished, because essentially that's what this book is about. She just said that a book about why the Constitution needs to be abolished is a bodice ripper. That's like a romance novel, guys. It's like a romance novel. It's like the type of, it's like erotic fiction like Jennifer writes. A bodice ripper is like a book that Jennifer writes erotic fiction, like 50 Shades of Grey. That's crazy. Yeah, romance novel. We found the Gnostic sex cult. Yo!
and rhetoric in general, there are moments to me where this notion or this premise of fidelity to creed constitutionality feels mildly imposed as a kind of meta-level methodological apparatus, a kind of a palimpsest or surface that enables the book's premise and that sometimes is treading on very precarious territory. For instance, at one moment in the book, page 175, Rana says, quote, "American administrators therefore did not consider it self-evident that the project of empire required being legally bound by domestic constitutional principles or advancing those principles abroad." And there will be statements like this throughout the book that are contradictory in that they question this textualist premise. I'm not saying it's a tautology, but rather, where are my notes here? More of a kind of analysis of the way in which a state apparatus enforces forms of separation and fragmentation at the very level of its composition and its constitution. But my concern, oh, here, I've lost my notes. Yeah, so I'm not saying that this is a tautology, that this enormous study is premised upon a constitutional creed that by the end of the book becomes a kind of textualist secular theology and even a kind of scriptural phenomenology at some point. Not to say that this is a tautology, but what's really missing, I think, is an attempt to understand that each one of these conjunctures, although you don't use Marxian fancy language. There's no Althusser. There's not the word dialectic isn't even used throughout. But I think it skips over the way in which a technical side of extraction and production and the way that generates a very specific metabolic between labor and capital is what's motivating these conjunctural moments rather than any degree to which real life on the ground plays out in fidelity or in infidelity to some text. And I note also, you're not a post-structuralist, and at no point is there a close reading of the text. So to me, the high point of the book is when you do describe those missed encounters or those conjectural or those conjunctural moments, for instance, what you mentioned in the 19th century when the frontier begins to close at the very moment that immigration is ramping up, and a formerly enslaved Black demographic is also entering a labor pool. And that seems to me like a very materialist, a classic dialectical, historical, materialist kind of question, but you route those problems back into the question of textuality. Okay, so I'm almost done. This brings me to my own area, which is the Cold War era and post-World War II relationships globally, especially among the United States and Europe. And I tend to err on the side, just to put my cards on the table and critique my own methodology. It's true, I do tend to err on the side of seeing Bretton Woods and the
Hang on, I got another question from Lisa. Lisa, I love all the questions you're asking. Do they expect regular people on the left who are more likely to move to socialism understand? The left does understand what they're saying. The left understands what they're saying. It's people on the right who don't understand what they're saying. No, and by the way, listen, I'm not saying you're stupid if you don't understand what they're saying. No one's saying you're a dummy. The thing is that socialists speak in a different language. It sounds like English, but it's not English. It's a coded language called socialist. They use the same vocabulary as us. They do not use the same dictionary. This is why we do these streams, so that people can immerse themselves in their language and learn what their language means. Because once you learn their language, you see it showing up everywhere. And so that's the purpose of this. Not to say you're stupid, but if you haven't been exposed to this, then you don't know what you don't know. People on the left have been exposed to this. Now, when I say socialist, I don't mean Democrat. Democrats are not socialists. I don't mean progressive. Progressives are not socialists, although progressives use a little bit of their language here and there. But we're watching real radical revolutionary socialists, okay? Kamala Harris is not a socialist. Real socialists don't like her. They're not voting for her. So people on the left understand everything that's being said because this is their language. It's people on the right or who are like independent and maybe have never been exposed to this that don't know what they're saying. And so that's the purpose of this.
Marshall Plan as the real hidden cause for the restructuring of the globe after the Second World War. And so this notion of a post-war secular theology or scriptural phenomenology coming out of a text strikes me as, I'm skeptical, even though, again, I'm really taken with just the sheer degree and level of scholarship. So that, I think, is really the only time or place where I think this feat is treading on slightly shaky ground. And what I see as both of you, both Aziz Rana and Michael Hart, as very much having in common is the notion that democracy is far from an unfinished project, that many forms of direct democracy are yet to come, if we could only get there. And I have enormous respect, or, I think that that's a very noble idea. But it is my final conviction, not least through my own research and global hegemony.
Lisa, the best place you can start, let me just do a quick plug. And this is for anyone else that might be new here too. Head over to my Substack. That's carlin.substack.com. And what I want you to do is go to this How to Speak Socialist link up at the top. And at the very top of that page, you're going to find this 4-hour on-demand masterclass, your crash course in the language of the left. I'm going to put this link in the chat on YouTube and Rumble. Now, this is 4 hours long, but what this class is this class goes through a lot of the best clips that we have from watching socialist training for like 3 years now. And I try to wrap everything up in like a nice little bow. This is like an entry-level crash course. So that's a great place to get started if you're new. I'm also working on a book right now that hopefully will be out before the end of the year. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. That's going to be like an entry-level kind of like foundational book that should help out a lot. But for right now, the class is what we have. So I definitely recommend starting with that class. Yeah, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the United States. And as I've explained explicitly 19 ways from Sunday in this stream, they don't care about that. That is not what the left cares about. We are talking about the United States. All right, guys, we have about 20 minutes left of this presentation. We're almost there. Hopefully they get to some good Q&A because the Q&A is always the best part. Hang in there. Hopefully we get a couple more golden nuggets before the night is over.
Constructed or articulated through the dollar and the Marshall Plan, that until some address into the circulation of value, a global labor to capital relationship, and the value form itself is addressed, that any attempts at direct democracy will keep hitting these roadblocks. That it's not a sort of, to use old school Marxian language, it's really not a superstructural problem. It's a labor to capital problem, which is why the shining moment of that book is, again, when waves of immigration are coming like tsunamis over the Atlantic, just as the settler frontier is closing down, just as a formerly enslaved demographic is entering, entering a claim to a formal wage structure. And that really is the strength of the book.
14% alcohol, this beer.
It's a pleasure to read.
14%. I should have started with this beer. Cheers.
I neglected to introduce you, Jaleh. Jaleh is an associate professor of art history at the University of British Columbia, Vancouver, where she teaches modern and contemporary art history with an emphasis on post-World War II European art. She's the author of a book called Marshall Plan Modernism, where you can read about Bretton Woods, too. Our next speaker is Michael Hart. Michael teaches political theory in the literature program at Duke University. He's co-author with Antonio Negri of the Empire Trilogy.
No, it was the
and
Midnight
most recently,
Snap.
Assembly. He's co-director with Sandro Mazzadra of the Social Movements Lab. Well, most recently, The Subversive 70s is Michael's late book. This is an old biography you handed in here. Michael, I'm sorry. You've been at work since it.
Okay, I can start. So I wanted to separate out two parts of the book, which is fantastic, by the way. I too admire it enormously and learn a lot from it. I want to separate it out to say something about the historical argument, which is, I think, the bulk of the pages, and the political propositions, which arise from them. So I just one thing to say about the historical argument, or just one arc of it that I wanted to trace, which you touched on. And I guess I wanted to emphasize and then add, it doesn't really add a question to it, but something about it, which is the somewhat counterintuitive explanation, but then it's quite convincing when you say it, that the veneration of the Constitution really corresponds to the rise of U.S. global hegemony. So it's starting with the Philippines is where you start thing in the beginning of the 20th century, et cetera, and that veneration of the Constitution throughout the 20th century serves as an ideological weapon for right-wing imperialist developments abroad and repressive politics at home. But then today, it seems to me, and I think this is your argument, that today, increasingly, there may still be a right-wing rhetoric of veneration, and even the proposition of originalism within the legal academy and the courts. But really that serves as just a veneer as a kind of strategic use of the Constitution and even constitutional principles. So that, I mean, most obviously Trump and his coterie and their uses of not just the Constitution, but the institutional structure. I would say even Thomas and Alito, you know, it doesn't seem to me that there's really any great belief in the constitutional principles, but that they're used when they. So it seems to me there's a kind of what I would call an institutional or even constitutional disarray that comes in the present, rather than.
I just want to point this out real quick.
The same kind of.
The argument that he's making is these right-wing judges don't even believe in the Constitution anyway. They're just using the Constitution when it's convenient for them to do so. Now, is that true? Is that true? I would argue I don't think that's true. I think people on the right actually do believe in the Constitution to, I mean, greater or lesser degrees, but I think the majority of the people on the right actually do believe in the Constitution. They actually believe that they are upholding the value of the founders. But my point is that the right and the left see each other in like these kind of same abstract ways. In that the right believes that everything the left does is just making shit up and they do it because they're mentally ill and yada, 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 yada. That's not true. Just like the left believing the right, they don't really believe in the Constitution. They're just using it when it's convenient and yada, yada. And they just want to oppress everyone and yada. That's not true either. And so part of what we're doing on this, and part of the reason that I tell people to stop debunking things, is that we're trying to get to the core of what these people actually believe. Okay? And so if we're dealing in this, like, they're just all mentally ill and this is all word salad, all crazy, like, that's not what they believe. That's not who they are. These people are very smart. These people are very effective. These people own our entire culture. They own our institutions. They have very real grounding principles for how they see the world, and they operate based on those principles. It's not that they're mentally ill. They just see things extremely differently than we do. And that belief is real. You might think they're crazy, and yes, you might think that they're scary, but the belief is real. It is who they are. It is part of their identity. In the same way that a lot of people on the right, being Christian, being Catholic is part of your identity. It's not a show. It's not a LARP. It's who you are. Being what you consider to be a patriot is part of your identity. It's not made up. It's not for show. And so I really want people to understand that. And that is the goal of this. We are not dealing in talking points. We are not dealing in political narratives. We are trying to understand the enemy as they understand themselves. That's the goal. Because if we understand them as they understand themselves, then we're in a position to beat them. If all we're doing is throwing political narrative talking points at them to demonize them, to own the libs, bro, then we do not understand them as they understand themselves. Does that make sense to people?
Generation we had before, and so in fact, one of the political recommendations or admonitions I would say you have toward the end is that despite the fact that it's tempting, like say during the Trump presidency, to defend the Constitution against its destruction by Trump, the left should resist the veneration of the Constitution and should resist that, which makes perfect sense to me. It seems absolutely right. But to this historical argument, I just wanted to add one part or a corresponding narrative that makes sense out of it to me, which is about the arc of global hegemonies. You know, so I'm thinking about world systems theory or even Giovanni Righi in particular, and the argument goes something like this: that there's a rising moment and a falling moment for each of the global hegemonies. You know, starting with Venice and then Holland and then Britain and then finally with the U.S. And part of Righi's argument, you know, is that there's always a point of inflection that goes from the rise to the fall of these global hegemonies, and that they continue, of course, for several decades after.
That's not the point. And if you're not here to learn about your enemy, you may as well leave. We're not going to do this outrage bullshit just to make you feel good, bro. Hey, welcome, Lisa. We'll look forward to seeing you again.
After that moment, he's primarily invested in an economic argument about the difference between the rise and the fall. You know, like he says, during the rise, there's a movement from money to commodities, a kind of investment moment, and then in the fall, there's a movement from commodities to money, which really means finance capital. You know, so we have a commodity production in the first part, and then finance capital in the last. But I'm more interested in, or this is what goes with your argument better. It seems to me that in that rising moment is when we have the veneration of the Constitution, and that perhaps the 1970s, you know, which Arrighi and many of others mark as the moment of the point of inflection of U.S. global hegemony. You know, that since then we've had a decline of U.S. global hegemony. It seems to me that that might be the moment to also locate in your argument a kind of falling apart of that link between constitutional veneration and a both domestic and foreign project of the U.S. So that in some ways you could see the present disorder or disarray of the institutions, by which I mean I think maybe everyone knows what I mean by that, that is really a consequence of the decline of U.S. global hegemony. And so that it seems to me a complementary argument going, yeah, so if veneration is part of the U.S.'s rise to global hegemony, then
Wait. I don't want to name over on Rumble says, I would like to be pointed to the place to learn how these people own everything. I'm not disagreeing, but how do we know who has real influence? They own the public schools. They own the universities. The reason that we know they own the public schools and the universities is that 90% of professors and public school teachers give money to the left. We know they own the public schools and the universities because we can look at the curriculum being taught. These people are college professors. The people we're watching right now are college professors. Not it. The guy who wrote the book that this presentation is about is a constitutional law professor at Boston College. Boston College is what are they? Are they Jesuit? It's a religious school. Boston College is like a Jesuit school. This guy is a constitutional law professor at Boston College, wrote a book about overthrowing the fucking Constitution. Almost every single socialist presentation we watch, these people are professors at colleges. They work at colleges. We can also look at who works for the New York Times, who works for the Washington Post. We can look at the bias in the media to know who owns them. We can look at the bias on social media and know who owns them. It's always a left-wing bias. So like the very idea that these people don't own every single system, these people own what's being taught to your children. The guy who's speaking right now teaches at Duke University. So I don't know what to tell you if you haven't wrapped your head around the fact that these people own the educational system, and the educational system is the most important system they can own. The educational system is the only system that really matters, honestly.
The decline of U.S. global hegemony is accompanied by a falling away from dedication to both the creed and the Constitution, and becoming something much more violent and brutal. And it's, I mean, not that that wasn't violent and brutal enough, as you well described, but it's become something different. I'm interested in that because in some ways it seems in the book, okay, I don't recognize.
Thanks, Yasmin. Yasmin says I'm a savage over on Rumble.
The decline of U.S. hegemony and the consequences of enough. And anyway, that's what I'm looking at. It seems to me implicit in your argument. You know, this is not it's just a sort of external reflection, maybe put it that way. So around the political propositions, I really wanted to just focus on one sentence or once, I didn't write down the actual sentence, but in the conclusion, and it's somewhat present throughout all of the argument because you give these other examples about it. Your recommendation, which you didn't quite say exactly here, but I think I'm right about this, which is that there needs to be a popular movement in the United States that focuses the majority on a substantial radical revision of the Constitution to create a democratic governmental structure. And so I wanted to just focus on that popular movement part of it, because it does play parts throughout the historical description. And it's great how you bring some that are familiar and some that are not familiar, popular movements that regard and are aimed at constitutional revision, reform, etc. It's here though, I wonder if, obviously you are straining against, and I'd love to hear you talk about this, the limits of your own profession. As you remark at some point, the constitutional professoriate is still very much dedicated to a romance of the Constitution, of the Declaration, of the institutional structure, etc. And so you are certainly running counter to that. But I wonder if there are ways in which, just because of the topic, you are trapped in a limited view, despite your intentions, simply by the nature of the debates around the Constitution and dealing with the Constitution itself. I mean, as you point out, and many times, and this is an obvious fact, I guess, is that legal study, there are great pressures to a nationalist frame when thinking about constitutionalism. And in fact, constitutional law is a lot about US history. I mean, there's in some ways, telling US history and doing constitutional law are highly overlap. So I was wondering about two things that I know are very important to you, but seem to me to get made secondary in the narrative. Internationalism and autonomous politics. So internationalism, throughout the book you do reference internationalist projects. The IWW, Du Bois's letter to the world, is that what it's called?
Appeal to the world.
Appeal to the world, there you go, thank you. The Black Panther Party itself, you have much about them, other internationalist projects. But it seems to me that they have to be subordinated to their focus on the United States. And that's because, in the telling it, because they have to be, in the narrative, directed towards constitutional reform. And hence, the internationalism is present, but like I say, it becomes subordinated to a national project. So I was wondering if it could be imagined what internationalism today could look like that could, and maybe it couldn't.
Hang on.
Maybe I'm asking for something that
I apologize. I need to listen to that again. I apologize.
You are trapped in a limited view, despite your intentions, simply by the nature of the debates around the Constitution and dealing with the Constitution itself. I mean, as you point out, and many times, and this is an obvious fact, I guess, is that legal study, there are great pressures to a nationalist frame when thinking about constitutionalism. And in fact, constitutional law is a lot about US history. I mean, there's in some ways, telling US history and doing constitutional law are highly overlap. So I was wondering about two things that I know are very important to you, but seem to me to get made secondary in the narrative. Internationalism and autonomous politics. So internationalism, throughout the book you do reference internationalist projects. The IWW, Du Bois's letter to the world, is that what it's called?
Appeal to the world.
Appeal to the world, there you go.
What's going on right now, guys? This is like socialist culture revolves around books. They run publishing houses. They run so many publishing houses. Socialists publish books. All their presentations are about books. All of their meetings have bookstores. They run bookstores in every city in the country. Like, books are a very, very big part of their culture. It's how they communicate. It's how they articulate and work through their ideas, okay? What you're seeing right now is like a very specific type of socialist kind of interaction that doesn't really happen with other groups, in that, so we've got the author of the book in the middle. And guys, it's important that people understand how socialist meetings are run, which is why I'm taking the time to explain this, because how socialist meetings are run is relevant to how they would quote unquote govern when they win, okay? So what you're seeing here, you've got the author of the book they're talking about here. He gave a presentation about his book. You've got two people on either side. This is the organizer of the event, Philip. I don't know if he's going to talk. But you've got this woman and this person who both read his book with the specific objective of giving him feedback on this book as a part of this presentation. So it's not just that they're asking questions. It's that they're going to do a little review of the book, and they're going to talk about what they thought about the book, and they're going to talk about the things they liked about the book and things they didn't like about the book. This is a very academic way of doing things. This is, you know what this is? This is basically what happens when you write a dissertation or a thesis. And I know because I had to defend a dissertation, and I had to do a thesis too. And so when you do a dissertation or a thesis, basically you go in front of a panel of college professors, and they've all read your dissertation or your thesis, and you present it to them. You say, this is what I wrote. And then they say, here's what we think about that. Here's what we like. Here's what we don't like. Here's what questions we have. And that's basically what you're seeing here. So again, socialists come out of like academia. So a lot of their kind of traditions and a lot of how their meetings are run come out of that tradition. So I'm just trying to explain that so that you understand what you're looking at right now. It's not like he gets a simple question. He's going to have a little speech, and he's going to say what he wants to say, and that's part of the purpose of what this is. Hope that makes sense.
Thank you. The Black Panther Party itself, you have much about them, other internationalist projects. But it seems to me that they have to be subordinated to their focus on the United States. And that's because,
peer review, exactly.
In the telling it, because
precisely
they have to be in the narrative directed towards constitutional reform. And hence the internationalism is present, but like I say, becomes subordinated to a national project. So I was wondering if it could be imagined what internationalism today could look like that could, and maybe it couldn't. Maybe I'm asking for something that's outside of the frame of the discussion. And I'm only asking this too because I know your dedication to internationalism and other things you've written, etc. So, if one were to imagine today internationalist projects, like just to put them in, like if one imagines what I would call global Palestine, like think about the various movements about the massacre in Gaza, not just on U.S. campuses and other college campuses, but throughout the world with governments and etc. Think of global Palestine as an internationalist project, which is of course closely related to Black Lives Matter, etc. In feminist terms, one might think about Ni Una Menos in Latin America, in Argentina in particular, starting as an anti-sexual violence movement, but also brought into a number of other things put it together with the women like freedom movements in Iran and other Kurdish territories. And if we could think of these as internationalist movements, as possibilities of an internationalism, is there any way that we could think of a political reform that would be properly internationalist? Or because of the nature of a constitution, or the nature of,
it does.
Do we have to make those secondary? Right, does a focus on the Constitution force us to limit or subordinate internationalist politics? So second, I think about this also with regard to autonomous projects, and what I mean by that, well, you have another admonition. I'm putting it wrong because you don't use that tone, but I take it that way. An admonition that movements shouldn't disavow constitutional politics. And so, in fact, you give wonderful examples throughout the books of liberation movements that do address constitutional politics. Sometimes you're drawing on things that, movements that I know well that I didn't know much about, like about the Black Panther Party convention in Philadelphia called, I can't remember.
Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention.
Yes, there you go. I mean, okay, and so it seems though like, because that takes a big place in the narrative, in the narrative in that chapter, and about the party. But of course, a lot of the Panthers' work was about what I'm calling autonomous projects. Autonomous projects that don't regard the state. The breakfast program, the clinics, any number of the Panthers' projects were about constructing social and political structures, institutional structures on our own, without regard to the state, without lessening, of course. I would put, I'm also interested in, or maybe it seems to me an even better example, a contemporary one about abortion politics today. I know best about North Carolina, but in North Carolina there are a lot of, there's an interesting and developed movement about making abortion accessible, but without having to appeal to the state or to the legislature or to the courts. It's very simple to create structures whereby we can distribute the pills, we can accompany people in learning how to do it, we can make abortion accessible to everyone without having to wait for the courts, without having to wait for the I would love it. So I guess I'm not at all contesting. I'm totally on board with your idea that we need to rewrite the Constitution based on mass movements of the majority. But I'm wondering if that perspective makes secondary autonomous projects. Yeah, does the focus on the Constitution and its institutional politics undervalue autonomous political projects? So I know all this is important to you, that, as I said, maybe the nature of the discussion of constitutional law itself inevitably pulls us back in a way that subordinates all that is not national and institutional. Yeah, so I'm imagining you, okay, and I'll end with this. I'm imagining you a little bit, Sierra, now I'm really projecting, a little bit like Michael Corleone in The Godfather. So you're trying to get out of the constitutional.
He's like a gang leader.
You're trying to get out of this veneration of the Constitution, but it keeps pulling you back. And so that's where I'll.
We'll move out to questions in a moment, but I'd like to sort of bracket and reframe what Jale said and what Michael said about the international thing. Jale, this notion that in a certain way the history wasn't dialectical in the 19th century. I thought it was. I don't think you're saying that these stories derive from the Constitution. The Constitution crystallizes stories that are perhaps created elsewhere, but becomes finally one of the transmissible versions of that story. The story of the self-made independent contractor, what Lincoln says, a man could come to this country as a hireling and work for someone, but then move west, get free land, and become an independent artisan for the rest of his life, for a farmer, which becomes impossible, is cut off at a certain point when there's no frontier, no free land, when 50% of the people are working for the new industries, and when a new story is needed and needs to be crystallized, you're tracing how, from what are essentially economic changes in classic Marxian way, the stories keep changing as new ones are needed. So I don't see you as having fallen into some idealist trap for saying essentially that constitutions are driving what people are thinking. But for Michael's notion of international, that almost asks that we discuss the most spectacular instance of a constitutional convention and an attempt to kind of redo it, which is the 3 or 4 years in Chile, which essentially is kind of our international lesson. Why didn't that work when it started out with 1 million people on the Alameda who were able to kick out a right-wing president, get a constitutional convention going, and yet somehow along the way, the effect of money and fake news and misleading information kind of confused everybody who was voting on it to think that they were voting their own chains rather than their freedom from the Pinochet chains. So I mean, that particular example of a kind of international preview of what we might go through if we ever got to that point is where I think the international talk begins. You say that, for example,
Philip, who graduated from Columbia, by the way, Philip is anticipating what happens if we ever manage to get socialism and then all of a sudden a fascist dictator like Pinochet comes in and takes over and starts throwing us out of helicopters. And how do we handle that? Well, we can look at international examples to help us handle that. Yeah, free helicopter rides. Yeah. Philip is anticipating how to handle the free helicopter rides if they ever actually manage to get like socialism in power in the United States. Because he's anticipating there's going to be a right-wing fascist backlash to them getting in power. That's kind of interesting, actually.
The progressives.
Oh, they're not going to do Q&A. Oh, man.
After critiquing the Constitution, decided that they would run with the idea of a living Constitution and not kind of redo the Constitution.
We were robbed of a Q&A.
Quote, that would provoke a revolutionary response. So how do you deal with those particular moments? I mean, I think that's the question, both internationally and locally.
Yeah, no, what I hear is Michael and I saying something similar in very different languages, which is that there are moments throughout the text where the object becomes its obstacle, where there's this kind of presupposition that this textual object carries the gravitas that you want it to, and that is what needs to be put front and center and dissolved or overcome or reformulated in order to have direct democratic movements internationally or otherwise. So it's kind of a meta-level question around a methodological conceit and how much room that gives you to move. The same problem. You are speaking to the limits of your discipline and its premises. And, you know, it's not always certain how or
no,
where.
it's not word it is not word salad. You just don't know how to speak their language yet. If you think that this is word salad, you need to keep coming back because you will learn how to speak their language and it won't take very long. But if you just say, this is word salad, it doesn't mean anything. It does mean something though. It does. What you're doing, Robert, is you've flown to France and you're not expecting people to speak French in France. Or you've flown to China and you're confused about why everyone's speaking Mandarin. You are in a place where they are not speaking your language. You are in Rome, but everyone's speaking Latin and you're not. So you don't understand it. So you say, this is word salad. It's not word salad. They're speaking a different language than you.
Of the object bears any relevance to other forms of direct and or autonomous movements, with the exception of the special moment in Philadelphia where the Black Panthers literally use this word. So again, it's not that I'm seeing this as tautological, it's just
you're expecting them to be speaking your language when they're not speaking your language, they're speaking their language. Stop expecting them to speak your language. They're not speaking your language. They're not going to speak your language. Why would they? They don't care about communicating with you.
Just a problem around a framework. That aside, and maybe that's just academic, that aside, the general gist of the text is around the specificity of the American problem, how it comes to be hegemonic, etc. But maybe that doesn't have everything to do with the text. Anyway, I'm
Why don't we start having some questions from the audience?
Yeah.
Aw, man, they didn't let us do the Q&A. That's a shame, man. That's a shame. The Q&A is
First,
always
I'd
the
just
best
like
part.
to say
Come on!
thank you very much to
Stop. The Q&A is always the best part. I guess we're not getting a Q&A tonight. Oh, well. But I think we did learn a lot tonight. Listen, I think the best moment, the golden nugget of that presentation was actually earlier in the presentation. And the biggest golden nugget we got from that presentation was when they explicitly said that individual liberties, civil liberties, are a form of private property. Now, that may not seem like a big deal, but clips like that help us explain what capitalism means, and that it doesn't just mean you go into the store and you buy stuff, that it means things like individual liberties, things like parental rights, things like your ability to own a home, things like that. Clips like that are some of the most valuable things that we have. And so if you learn nothing else from tonight, I hope you learned that socialists want to abolish the Constitution. They want to abolish the Senate. They want to abolish the Supreme Court. They want to abolish the Electoral College. They want to abolish the executive. They believe the Constitution is a capitalist document. They believe that civil liberties are inextricably entwined with capitalism. And so in order to get rid of capitalism, you have to get rid of individual liberties that are protected by the Constitution. Those are the biggest things from tonight. Does everyone understand those things? There was a lot of talk about nothing. I'll admit that. The back half of that presentation was a little bit painful, if I'm honest about it. But if we got clips of them saying that, civil liberties are a form of private property, that's good enough for me. Yeah, and no one will ever forget that whiteness, not just that whiteness means capitalism, but why whiteness means capitalism. And I want to thank everyone for paying up for their super chats, for forcing me to explain it again. I really do appreciate it. I really, really do appreciate it. Groiper73, we do not spam my chat. We do not spam my chat, bro. We don't do that. No. We don't spam my chat. All right, guys. That is all I have for tonight. As a reminder, I do not stream on Sundays, but we will be doing movie night in my supporter Discord. We're going to be watching a girly movie tomorrow. I'm not necessarily thrilled about the movie we're going to be watching tomorrow, but we're going to watch it anyway. It's The Divine Secrets of the Ya-Ya Sisterhood, and whatever. It's a girly movie. Jennifer picked it out as a dedication to Maggie Smith, who recently died, and we love Maggie Smith. We're going to watch a movie at 8 p.m. If you don't like that movie, we'll watch a different one next week, okay? It's a girly movie. It's a woman movie. Jennifer picked it out. And you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We can watch a girl movie every once in a while. And you know what, John? Take it up with it. Yeah, we could have watched The Secret Garden. We could have watched Clash. I wanted to watch Clash of the Titans. Remember, we could have watched Clash of the Titans, the original, but no. Divine Secrets of the Ya. This is Jennifer's revenge for me commandeering movie night last week and making us watch The Crucible. Oh well. If you want to join us for movie night, head over to the Substack, which is Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com. You can actually click on this email right now, the Unwoke Roundup, and you scroll all the way down to the bottom. And underneath this red box, you will find a link to the supporter Discord. And you can join us for movie night tomorrow night at 8 p.m. I will also be sending out an updated newsletter tomorrow. I haven't been posting as much content on the Substack this week, guys, because I've been really trying to bang away on the book. I know I need to post some chapters on the other Substack. I'm going to be doing that tonight. There's going to be content on Speak Socialist tonight, but that's really what I've been working on. So I apologize for the lack of content on my main Substack because I really have been working very, very hard on my book. And I know you guys allow me to do that because I'm really working hard on the book. Yeah, there's a time change tonight. Yeah, that's fine. We've got the election on Tuesday. Whatever. Yeah, I'm going to do Siggy's space in about an hour. I might as well. So I'm going to do that. I'll be on Twitter. If people want to join over there, follow me over there. But guys, thank you for hanging out for Socialism Saturday. I really do appreciate you all. Thank you for allowing me to do what I do and teach you about the radical revolutionary far left. And I will see you on Monday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Take care, everyone, and we'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling?
Well,
How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.